All right, y'all. No, that is not a typo. That is just me and my I don't even know what you call that. My apologies, y'all. That is funny. Give me 1 second to fix that there. What is that? Bath? Faith? Let's go bad. Okay. We should be good there now. All right, y'all. You know what? Sometimes the music has to reflect your mood, your energy, your state of mind, and man, I apologize for the late stream. Well, actually, it's gonna be the consistent thing moving forward for Thursdays, um, and then Fridays and Saturdays will be a bit earlier. Vic, I've been a country boy my whole life. Listen, I'm a proponent that people don't like country music because they're talking about pop country. Country music has to make you feel awful. Country music has to make you rethink your entire life. Country music has to remind you that you're nothing but a dirty, worthless scoundrel. And guess what? You gotta get up and keep on working. That's all you can do. You know, rancheras and country music are the same goddamn thing. Except rancheras have better love songs. Like not even close. Not even a competition. What time is, because Thursdays I'm not gonna be live Thursdays until like 5 p.m. Is Electronic Intifada even live right now? I thought you should watch their stuff early. Yeah, they're not live right now. Thursdays would be 5 p.m. East Coast time. Yeah. White supremacist country is a problem. I think white supremacist everything is a problem. But yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mm. I'm not sponsored, but this is all, man. This and soup, and I can't make sense of it. All right. Nice, nice. All right, cool. Yeah, I don't want to step on anybody's toes, and I think Saturdays with Renee is pretty early as well. And then there's the unofficial book club. So on Saturdays, I won't start the stream until probably 2 p.m. East Coast, just to give everyone enough time and room. Um, but it is what it is. All right, I appreciate y'all. Look at this guy. Look at this, Van Jones. All right. All right, where we at? Where we at? Is everything good with the drops? How we doing, chat? How we doing? A ver. We ready? We ready for this? Where we at?
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
Wow. My apologies. I was stalling anyways because I'm trying to post. Uh, I'm trying to post a live stream. So it was stalling. It was mainly a stalling tactic, and being muted was all part of the plan. All right, we'll just say that doesn't matter. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. No, all I was saying is I normally don't like covering um people's streams or channels dropping like a new premiere the day of. I like to give it like a day for it to be its own thing. However, I did feel that Dr. CBS, I mean, the entire conversation is worth listening to, but there's a portion in there at the beginning that I think just fit with the theme of the episode today, of the stream today, with whether you have Van Jones who's a sellout, Hasan Piker who's misleading people, or even like Anna Kasparian and Glenn Greenwald are going to make an appearance today. So just keep that in mind that normally I don't like doing that. I mean, Bad Faith is a big enough channel that I don't feel like I'm stealing any viewers from them, but it's not about what I feel. It's about just trying to, you know, not be grimy, I guess. That being said, I think there's a portion here today that we can cover, and it's only going to be like 30 minutes, if that, of the actual hour and 30-minute conversation. So again, hopefully it'll encourage y'all to, oh, what am I doing here? To check out the whole conversation, because Dr. CBS is an absolute gem. Had the pleasure of meeting them in person. Beautiful baby, cool husband, was super nice to us. So shout out to them. And let me just put this out, and we're ready to rock and roll, y'all. Okay, that's out. We're good. Let's get started. We're good. Appreciate the patience. Yeah, man. Shout out to the Magic School Bus. I really felt seen, you know? Yeah. I like to give like everyone like, I don't know, a day where like you could only watch their content on their channel. So that's why I think it's grimy. I mean, I think I'm pretty hypersensitive to that stuff in general, just because before I ever streamed, you know, I was seeing what Hasan Piker was doing, and he was stealing everyone's content like daily. So I've just tried to avoid that and try to be better than the people that I criticize. All right, let's get started with this before we get it. Well, no, let's listen to this, and then we'll go back to where Glenn Greenwald. All right, let's do it this way. Hold on.
I am tired.
All right, y'all. Thank you so much for tuning in. Do me a favor and go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe if you can, and support the channel. We're going to look at Van Jones getting called out by none other than Glenn Greenwald. Now, Glenn's all over the map, but we know for a fact that Van Jones is an absolute sellout. However, this is TYT. This is TYT. This is going to be covered by Anna Kasparian, who sold out her own people. There's a reason why the most popular political Armenian has no love in the Armenian community. I remember once it said she's the most famous Armenian American woman, and I was corrected and reminded that that's the Kardashians. So my apologies there. My bad, y'all. But I mean, look, we're gonna get into this. When we talk about selling out, there's few people like Anna Kasparian who helped to rebrand the name of the Young Turks, which is the group that started the Armenian genocide. You know, when she got hired, Cenk Uygur was still denying the Armenian genocide, as the Turkish government does as well. So let's get to this, and then we'll see what Glenn had to say about this little piece here by none other than Van Jones, the radical himself.
I am tired of a set of people on the very far left in the Democratic Party, my party, telling us that in order for us to be progressives, we now have to believe ideas and support ideas that are completely nuts. I am a progressive Democrat. In other words, everything that's good in our party, I believe in, have believed in for a long time.
Everything that's good? The childish just mentality of this, everything that's good. And of course, I oppose anything that's bad. Bad is bad and good is good. Like, yeah, no shit, bro. Like, what are we doing here? I didn't realize how lazy that was. No. Hold on. Now I gotta see this. But here's the thing. Where did he drop this? Where did he drop this? Did he drop this on... Okay, here we go. I found it. I think I found it.
Now have an equal and opposite reaction on the left. And
tell me why this is gonna be. I already know this. Did he drop this on X or what? 5 days ago, 11 days ago. What is this? Okay, awesome. Perfect. It's 4 minutes. Let's get started.
tired of a set of people on the very far left in the Democratic Party, my party, telling us that in order for us to be progressives, we now have to believe ideas and support ideas that are completely nuts. I am a progressive Democrat. In other words, everything that's good in our party, I believe in, have believed in for a long time. Do I want universal health care, Medicare for all, whatever you want to call it? Absolutely. If you are sick, you should be able to go see a doctor. That's a good idea. I want free education for everybody as long as they want to keep learning. I think that's a good idea. The Green New Deal.
Yo, what is this? What is, like, should I just write a book? Should I just write a, like, just at this point, should I just write a nonsense book? I mean, the goal was and is to someday break down. Don't think I forgot about this. Settler realism. That, I mean, that's still a goal of mine. Things are all over the map right now, but that's still a goal of mine. When I see things like this, the green collar economy, I'm just like, it makes me realize that my, fallback plan of becoming a pastor, if everything goes wrong, and we're on that path, chat, we're on the path, believe me. Thank you so much for everyone that supports. But we're slowly approaching that time and place where I will be saved, where I will be reborn, where I will be washed in the blood of the Lamb. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Believe me, I'm going to buy myself a mule with my last penny or two. But keep in mind, Van Jones has been on this script for a while, so take notes, take notes, take notes. Thank you so much for the 10 euros and that super sticker there. That's a really cool one, actually. I had never seen that. Let me see here. Alerts. Let's hopefully it'll work now. Here we go.
I'm the author of the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal is my phrase from my first book in 2008. There's nobody more committed.
Hold on. Van Jones invented the Green New Deal? Hold on. Who invented? Sorry. Who invited, bro? Yeah, invented. Sorry. This is why I type outside. See? This is why I type off chat. Oh, I had it right, by the way. Just took me a couple missteps here. Who invented the Green New Deal? Or who coined, I guess? It wasn't, I thought she stole it from the Green Party. Thomas Friedman, 2007. And later adopted by the Green Party. How about this? Did Van Jones coin the Green New Deal? No, according to AI. And of course, I'm going to believe our AI overlords. All right, I'm not giving my data to the nation, or am I? I'm not.
Should criminal justice reform than me, ecological solutions, the whole deal. These are our ideals as progressives. We should fight for them. We need them now more than ever. But what does that have to do with supporting Hamas? What does that have to do with putting up candidates who say we should have no police, no prisons, we can't deport anybody, even if they commit rape or murder, Israel shouldn't exist?
I mean, honestly, didn't she walk all of this back? Didn't she walk every one of these things back? Like, literally, while she apologized to Kamala Harris. This is what I'm saying. Like, nothing is ever enough for these people. And of course, these sellouts. These sellouts just can't help themselves. Where they will bend over backwards for them for nothing. It'll be absolutely meaningless. That's what I'm saying. Hold on. I need to find the part where she's like, I'm sorry, Kamala Harris. You were an inspiration. How do you even... I butchered her name, but I want to see the apology. I need the apology. The mea culpa? Is that what they call it? Hold on. Come on, come on. Maybe here? Maybe here?
I have been in the neighborhood
which cut focus on New York, Israel, Gaza.
the existence of
At that rally on October 8th, the reaction of people. Harris, I sincerely apologize.
Harris.
Yes, and to Vice President Kamala Harris, I sincerely apologize because you did not deserve that language from me. And I would have loved to have seen a black woman president.
Espionage.
Because you did not deserve that language from me. And I would have loved to have seen a black woman president.
We all would have loved to have seen a black woman president carry out the genocide in Palestine. I think it would have been motivating for all the young children in the world, specifically young black children. I mean, I can't think of a better example of a human being than Kamala Harris. So she absolutely needed to be in power and set a new standard. A new standard. Little black boys know already now that they can achieve the dream of drone striking people abroad without any repercussions and secure a Netflix deal after deal after deal. So all I'm saying is, think of the children, not of the children that Kamala Harris would have massacred and starved, but think of the children that would have been inspired by her. Just keep that in mind. I'm so glad she apologized. But wasn't enough to save her from Van Jones' wrath. Let me see this. Hold on. Oh, I misread this. Ghosty Smith. I'll check this out some other time. A look inside the stock portfolio of a top Mamdani lawyer. It's kind of a little bit of a reach. Like it's a little bit removed from my criticism that is plenty for Mamdani.
These are terrible ideas. These are awful ideas. Where did these ideas even come from? If we want people to join this party, when people come to the party, you want to give them a wonderful punch bowl of wonderful ideas like this. Who is putting the poop in the punch bowl?
Is that a thing? Is that a phrase? I never heard of that. That's fucking disgusting. Is that an actual thing? Or did he coin that as well? Did he create the Grand New Deal? Hold on. Ghosty Smith has the cheeseman? Alright, my bad, Ghosty, my bad. I thought you meant best friend of Mamdani. So, their Elisa apparently is dating this individual here, Ramzi Kasim, Mayor Zoran Mamdani's chief counsel at City Hall. Directly owns stock in a defense contractor that supplies weapons to the Israeli military according to his financial disclosure. Wow. No. I don't have, no. What is going on here? Hold on. I always forget that Politico does this as well. Here, one sec. That's hilarious. I had no clue. Thank you for clarifying there. Oh, this is that one. And perhaps this one. Perhaps not. Nope. Right here. Nope. There we go. Thank you for your patience there. Like his boss, Ramzi Kasim, is a longtime critic of Israel. So it might come as a surprise that Kasim, Mayor Zoran Mamdani's chief counsel at City Hall, holds direct ownership of stock in RTX, a multinational defense contractor that supplies Israel's military with weapons. Making matters more awkward for Kasim, he's dating their Elisa Avila Chavalier. My boy, is this the new performative king? Do we have to give the crown to somebody new? And I want y'all to have a face to this. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the cheese, man. No manches, way. And my bad, homie. I dismissed you. You know, I was like, hey, you know what? Like, I'm not trying to be that petty. You know, if this is Zoran's lawyer, that's a little different. But hey, look. These people are hypocrites. These people are just straight up liars. Look at this. He looks like all fucking, he looks ready to square up, dog. He looks ready, dog. I like this Professor X look. For sure this is cleaner. Very Xavier. I like that. I want to know what he sounds like.
I thought we could start, and when you
obviously that news really came very early on. So at
Really
that point,
early, right.
I was actually not even a lawyer yet. I was still a law student here.
Hold on, how is this 12 years ago? And he looks exactly the same as today. This is his, wait, what? This is 12 years ago. And he looks somehow older here? Or am I tripping out? Because this looks recent. How did he like reverse age? This is weird. Anywho. Wow. Okay. All right. So he took her, like, their first date was like at the RTX headquarters. The Democratic Socialists who defeated Adriano Espiat. In June's congressional primary. Why do I not know his name like that? His last name. Or is it Espiat? After making her Israel animus a cornerstone of campaigning, Kasim's holding and RTX, formerly known as Raytheon Technologies, were detailed in his annual financial disclosure, which was provided to Playbook by the City Conflicts of Interest Board. The form, which only offers a value ranges instead of exact dollar figures, shows Kasim has at least $180,000 and directly owned stock in various other major corporations, including fossil fuel companies and entities with city government business. The sort of investment that might not mesh with serving in a democratic socialist administration. Kasim's form is 42 pages long. Oh man, we're struggling over here, and this motherfucker's got 42 pages of portfolio. Ay, ay, ay. Wait, he is a lawyer for people at Guantanamo? Is that real as well? I mean, what is... He's just double dipping. He's just double dipping. Genius. Wow. Wow. So, okay, 42 pages long, and his expansive stock holdings are worth anywhere between $181,000 and $1.56 million in total. Doesn't for Jed or GED? Thank you so much for the GOAT trophy. That's hilarious. And the 1,000 jewels. Appreciate it. If y'all want to support the channel, super chat, super stickers, and gifted things like the GOAT trophy is out there apparently. Thank you so much. Hit the like button, y'all. I appreciate that. Where are we at? All right. $1.56 million, according to the range provided in his disclosure. Asked about Kasim's disclosure, Mamdani spokesperson Dora Piker said today that the chief counsel was unaware that his financial advisor had made investment in RTX and did not know about the company's activities. Upon learning and verifying this information, he will be divesting from that stock, Piker told Playbook. She wouldn't say whether Kasim is planning to divest from any other stocks. It isn't illegal for public officials to own or trade stocks, but Rachel Faust, a senior policy advisor in Revenant Albany, a government watchdog, noted some public officials put their investment in blind trust or mutual funds while in municipal government to avoid conflicts of interest or bad optics. Since Kasim hasn't done so, Faust contends it's crucial for him to rescue himself from government affairs. It is crucial for him to recuse himself from government affairs that may involve companies he holds stock in. I don't think that's asking for much. I don't think that's asking for much there. Pretty basic stuff. Yeah, he knew what was up. Faust contends it's crucial for him to recuse himself from government affairs that may involve companies he holds stock in. Given his role, it is important to ensure that there are recusals in place because you touch on everything in the city government when you're in that role, said Faust, noting that the City Hall Chief Counsel is typically involved in advising the mayor on all major policy decisions. Because of the broadness of the power of the position, it's good to practice, and you don't want there to be any bad optics on this. In response to such concerns, Piker only said, as it pertains to any companies with active city business, recusal is evaluated by Chief Counsel on a case-by-case basis as appropriate. But you just said that y'all didn't know about this. So how would you know that he should recuse himself if you haven't done the research on him? So either you're lying that you didn't know, or whatever like deep investigative work you do to determine who should recuse themselves or not is trash, is shallow. Just like your politics. All right. At least you're consistent. At least you're consistent there, chat. Where are we at? Kasim, a law professor and White House advisor in the Biden administration before joining Mamdani's team, didn't return a request for comment. A spokesperson for Avila Chevalier didn't comment either. One of the most politically problematic holdings is Kasim's RTX investment, according to his disclosure. Okay, this is kind of repetitive, but listen, absolutely disgusting, unsurprising from these opportunists, from Mamdani to Daralisa Avila Chevalier, and of course to Ramzi Kizm. Thank you so much for putting me on to that. And look, I try not to be petty. I try not to be all about the cheeseman. But, you know, when I think I'm out, it pulls me back in. But even then, that's not enough for Van Jones. For her to apologize to Kamala Harris, for her to walk back her positions, and for her to be dating an opportunist who's profiteering from the genocide of Palestinians. That's not enough for Van Jones. Wow.
It's like this. Who is putting the poop in
That's so gross, man.
the punch bowl?
Bruh.
Why are these ideas in our punch bowl? These are regressive ideas. How do you know?
Hold on, this is AI, right?
Why are these ideas in our punch bowl? These are regressive ideas. How do you? Why are these ideas in our punch? Putting the poop in the punch bowl.
This is AI, right? Like, I'm not losing my mind.
Why are these?
Yeah, this is just what he posted earlier. Good progressive ideas. Universal healthcare, free education for all, the Green New Deal that he coined, remember. It's gonna be like Al Gore with the internet. Al Gore invented the internet, Van Jones invented the Green New Deal. Criminal justice reform, ecological solutions. Wow. Very broad but nice. Abolish the police, abolish prisons, abolish borders, zero deportations, Israel doesn't exist. Seize private property. All I'm gonna say is that, like, one of these is not like the rest. One of these is not like the rest. Because everything else here, I can see like Americans caring about. Real, true, red-blooded Americans. Not all of you. Not this chat. All right.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
No. But that's a little odd there. Makes you think. Makes you wonder.
These ideas in our punch bowl. These are regressive ideas. How do you know? Look at the ideas on this side. If you lived in a world where everybody could see a doctor when they got sick, if they didn't have a penny in their pocket, if everybody could get an education as far as their learning and desire could take them, if everybody had clean air and clean water, if you didn't have ICE running around hurting people for no reason, would that be a good world or a bad world?
For no good reason. ICE is out here murdering brown and black people, and even, believe it or not, some whites. Some whites. And he's still saying for no good reason. Nice. Wow.
It'd be a great world. We need to progress toward that world. That's called progress. That's called progressive. Now, if you lived in a world where there were no police and no prisons, so that in your neighborhood, any gang member, terrorist, pedophile, Klan member could do whatever they wanted to.
These are all AI, right? They gotta be.
No prisons. So that in your neighborhood, any gang member, terrorist, pedophile, Klan member could do whatever they wanted to. Is that progress or regress? If you lived in a world where we said, well, you can be a terrorist if you want to, as long as you feel oppressed, and anybody get blown up at any time and people make excuses for it, is that a better?
Yeah, no. Abolish the police is pro-terrorism. I love that he lives in this, demolition man world. Where, like, if you don't, like, refrigerate every criminal, it's chaos, it's madness. If he stands up, then we all stand up and it'll be anarchy.
World? Is that progress or is that regressing to a lawless, chaotic state? If we
That's true, chat. Can Can they just stop using this whole rapist and pedophile thing? And that's not in defense of them, right? I'm not saying like let them be free. I'm saying after the Epstein files, unless you're saying outright, hey, we need to arrest everyone in the Epstein files associated with, you know, sex trafficking, sexual assault, and all that horrific shit. And it's nonsense too with the leniency that pedophiles and rapists get anyways. With just the plethora of rape kits that the police refuse to actually, you know, test and follow through with proper investigations. Come on.
We live in a world where people could literally get elected to office with the only qualification being that they went and celebrated a mass murder of Israelis.
The only qualification? I'm sorry, do you know who she's dating? She's dating an investor in RTX. And look, I believe that women should stand and be judged by their own accord. However, you got to give her some credit. You got to give her some credit for maintaining her principles through love. You got to love that. You got to love it. Love wins every time.
If all elected officials celebrated mass murders, is that a better world or a worse world? These are not progressive ideas. These are regressive ideas. And I'm old enough to know the difference. And you're smart enough to know the difference. Ideas that make the world better, that help us progress to a better place. Those are the ideals of the Democratic Party. If you were not born rich, lucky, or famous, you need the Democratic Party. That's what we're for. That's what we're about. Ideas that are literally insane, nutty, moronic, dangerous, bigoted, are not progressive. They're regressive, and they should not be in our party. The people who are promoting these nutty, crazy, backwards ideas are party poopers. Literally, they're coming to the party and pooping in our punch bowl, and they need to stop.
What is this feces thing? Is this like a humiliation ritual that we're witnessing? Is that what we're doing? It's just like, it was what's his name? Rabbi Shmuley holding the camera, just nodding along, be like, say poop again. This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Well, before we get to Anna Kasparian and Glenn Greenwald, let's look at the tweet. Actually, there's one more video here. Let's look at this. You know, I can't help it.
I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing, but it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas supporting terrorists, nutty ideas saying that we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. If we can't say right from wrong, if we can't say good from bad, if we can't separate progressive ideas from regressive ideas, we're going down the same pathway that has pulled the Republican Party into an unrecognizable shell of itself. And I refuse to let that happen to Democrats.
And the other problem...
Scat Jones is so obscene. Scat Jones is so just... Wow. Wow, I am equally impressed and disturbed. And I don't even know which one comes first. Wow. Wow.
I am a progressive Democrat. You want to talk about prison reform? I've done it as well as anybody, Republican Democrats in the South with Trump. I've done prison reform. I never said have no prisons. Where are you going to put the Klan? I've done police reform. I never said no police. Where are you going to put the pedophiles? Who's going to grab the pedophiles? This stuff is going too far. I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing, but it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas supporting terrorists, nutty ideas saying that we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. If we can't say right from wrong.
Hold on. You pronounce it Chevalier? My bad. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Chevalier. All right, let's see what Glenn Greenwald has to say. And look, this is some opportunist on opportunist violence. We'd love to see it here. In 2009, Van Jones was forced to resign from the Obama admin after 6 months because Fox News and establishment Democrats denounce him as the radical left due to his prior support in the 1990s for Mumia Abu-Jamal, calling a GOP member an asshole, allegedly signing a petition suggesting Bush did 9/11. Whoa. We got some loose change over here. Oh, loose change got rained on with his own 48. All right. Tom waits for y'all. Please educate yourselves. All right. Etc. His glaring, oozing career ambitions lay in ruins as he was kicked out of decent DC power centers for transgressing too many ideological lines and comportamental rules. I mean, he sounded pretty cool, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Oh, listen, Crystal. Don't get my chat riled up over here. We've had, debates about prison abolition. They've educated me on it. And the very, let's say, obtuse reading of it that I was having. That's why, when he realized that wealth and celebrity awaited him only if he were willing instead to transform himself into a vehement defender and guard of establishment dogma, a useful tool for those who had just struck him down. So that's exactly what he did. He renounced his prior radical views, repeatedly apologized for his transgressions, became a stalwart, weepy advocate of Deary DC media, conventional wisdom, and began playing the new TV character his script required, the moderate, sensible liberal who just wants to bring everyone together in the safe status quo perpetrating middle. I mean, the man needed a paycheck. And just like Graham Plattner's allowed to be a mercenary, I don't see why Van Jones shouldn't be allowed to be a speaking head mercenary, if you will. Right? His real function, to begin every sentence with, "I'm a progressive Democrat." The subtext, "a black progressive Democrat." Gasp. Really, Glenn? You're going to bring race into this, Glenn? Wow. First of all, Glenn, you're in Brazil. What do you know about... don't look up why Glenn Greenwald visited Brazil. And then denounce the populist left and the populist right. Oh, of course, you can't offend Glenn Greenwald like that. For crossing the political and ideological lines that he was told so vigorously police and uphold. Excuse me. And the ideological lines that he was told to vigorously police and uphold. The lines which nobody is permitted to cross without being denounced and excluded the way he was. Look, they're too extreme even for Van Jones. I mean, they're using his previous character, very obviously a character, to smear the people who we're supposed to believe are honest actors today. But we know that they're not. He was there to protect his establishment bosses by punishing the excessive of the extremes on both sides, just as he had once been punished by them almost to the point of career destruction. His service as the black progressive policeman for the DC establishment and its dual religious plans.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Of corporatism and militarism were predictably very valuable to them and very lucrative for him. He got larger and larger CNN contracts. Jeff Bezos gave him $100 million to hand out however he wanted. Yo, whoa. However he wanted. Okay, chat, hold on. Listen. Hold on, chat. Give me 1 sec. Chat. We may have... Okay, look, hold on. I think we may have jumped the gun a little bit. I'm gonna be honest with you. It feels like, and if I'm being honest, like we haven't given Van Jones his like, you know, his proper due credit. I just think that, okay, look, hold on. Chat, wait. Just hear the man out, chat. Look, chat, look. Okay, just think about this for a second, chat. On this side, we have blue checks. On this side, we have poop emojis. How can you argue with that? How can you argue with that? You can't. You can't. So Van Jones, buddy, amigo, compadre. Well, listen. Hey, I can shave this. I don't even like my hair long, bro. It's fine. We could do a whole like buddy cop thing. You know, I'll be the brown sellout token. You be the black sellout token. They're gonna love us. They're gonna love us. I can do an accent. I could just really hone it in. Yeah, Access Audio, thank you so much for the super chat. You see Mamdani mourning US things that are no longer. Check this chat. What do you mean by that? I'm sorry. I'm a little lost, not gonna lie. But thank you for the super chat. Where are we at? $100 million to hand out however he wants. Jay-Z hired him to lead a new group, etc., etc. Book deals from large NYC publishing houses flowed in, etc., etc. Since October 2023, he saw the real opening, one that would catapult him upward even further into the top echelons of establishment. I know I always struggle with that word. Hold on.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Echelons.
It's more of a sh. Oh, check Discord. Okay, thank you so much, Access Audio. Thank you so much. So it's more of a sh than a ch. Let's see here. And if you haven't already, y'all, check out the Discord. Where did I get tagged over here? Oh, I covered this yesterday. Thank you so much, though. But yeah, we went over that Mondani tweet where he was like crying over somebody that got in Jordan. Echelons. All right. Where are we? Since October 2023, he saw the real opening, one that would catapult him upward even further into the top echelons of establishment servitude, turn himself into the most devoted liberal media loyalist to Israel, the most militant defender of Tel Aviv's repudiation. God, why do I do this? Why do I do this? The most militant defender of Tel Aviv's reputation as global support for that country collapsed. He dutifully wore his little yellow ribbon pin every day for years on TV as if it were tattooed onto him. He cackled with Bill Maher about how annoying it is to keep hearing all this whining about dead babies in Gaza. With his patent fake TV tears in his eyes, he heralded Israel as our great ally and talked about how worried he was for his beloved Jewish friends as anti-Semitism grew on the left and the right. Look, say what you want about Glenn Greenwald being a fucking creep. Say what you want about Glenn Greenwald going to Brazil for all the wrong reasons. But the man can write. The man can write and definitely put out a good tweet. It doesn't stop. Side note, I'm not sponsored. I never really had this. I should have gotten Pedialyte again. My whole thing is that if it tastes nasty when it comes to medicine, then like it's probably better for you. This is too sweet. Okay. Now he's here to boast that leaders in both parties called him this week to profusely thank him for his service to the bipartisan DC agenda. The once wannabe radical has fully transformed into a prime media instrument for the establishment that once threatened to destroy him. Both parties are now grateful to him for defending their I always thought it was prerogative.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Yo, Gio. Yeah, I mean, yes. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, look, and Gio says, well, if no one's gonna say it, I'm gonna say it. And Gio's not known for liking the subtleties or the hints there.
Prerogatives.
Yeah, prerogatives. All right, but it's spelled pre. Why do I try? Both parties are now grateful to him for defending their prerogatives and positions. One thing is for sure, other than Jake Tapper, and Dana Bash, nobody's future is brighter at CNN. Once Larry Ellison's son buys up Warner Brothers and CNN puts Barry Weiss in charge with the sole mandate to turn the network into an even more vigorous Israeli propaganda network than CBS News has become. I don't know. Sounds like Glenn is upset that Van Jones is cashing them checks. I think that's what it is. He's pocket watching. And I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that whatsoever. I mean, Van Jones is technically like a former political prisoner if you think about it. He did his time. He paid the price. He has been politically reformed and saved. All right, let's see what Glenn has. I mean, honestly, all jokes aside, this is great. This is great. I mean, look, we can make fun of Glenn Greenwald, call him out as a creep, which he is, a passport bro, a sex tourist, what have you. Great fucking writer.
As Democratic Socialists of America insurgents face off against more centrist Democrats / conservative Democrats. And over the weekend, Van Jones jumped into the fight, declaring that he wants to save his party from far left Democrats. Now, before we proceed, I just want to note, I have my own disagreements with the far left, which has obviously led to a lot of backlash against this show, which I'm willing to take on because I want to be honest with my audience about where I stand. That being said, I respect the will of the people, and if voters in, let's say, New York City favor policies from the Democratic Socialists of America.
I respect the will of the people. Oh my god. Anna Kasparian, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Where would we be without Anna Kasparian respecting the will of the people? All right, yeah, sure, okay. The way these people view themselves.
Let's say New York City favor policies from the Democratic Socialists of America. Who the hell am I to try to crush them? Now, Van Jones puts out this video, and we should hear more about what Van Jones supports as well as what he does not support.
We already saw this. Let's get through the AI nonsense. All right, here we go.
who won the, now he specifically points to Daria Lisa, who won the Democratic primary in New York. And just to be clear, she has definitely said things that are incredibly radical, far, like way to the left of where I stand on those issues. I do not want to abolish police, for instance. But again, I think it's important to talk a little bit about where Van Jones used to be and where he ended up.
Wait, are you not even going to mention the fact that Daria Lisa has walked that shit back? And her new man, her new hubby? Are we not going to give her any credit for remaining moral and principled in who she decides to date? Because look, you best know that RTX is covering those date nights. RTX is covering the date nights. Remember that. All right? Those aren't cheap. They're eating the finest of meals. They're drinking the finest of wines. All thanks to RTX.
And Glenn Greenwald did call him out on that. So he writes that in 2009, Jones was forced to resign from the Obama administration after 6 months because Fox News and establishment Democrats denounced him as the radical left.
Honest question. If Cornel West would have been given an invitation, but also a cabinet position, like let's say education or something, right? And then he also would have been removed 6 months. What Cornel West do you think we see? What Cornel West do you think we see in this 2026? I have to ask, I have to wonder. They should have done it just to let us find out. You know, that's always my take. It's like, yeah, you know what the kids say, do it for the plot. I just want to do it for the sellouts. I want to see what it takes. I want to see how little they're willing to change up for.
Due to his prior support in the 1990s of Mumia Abu Jamal, calling a GOP member an etc. That's when he realized that wealth.
Hold on, she's just reading the tweet that we just watched. So let's get to Glenn.
But appreciated your post on X because you're pointing to reality. But also at the same time, how do we address people like Van Jones while avoiding co-signing onto some of these more radical left-wing policies, right? Like, I'm not really interested in crushing these candidates. That's not like what I'm doing here. But I do think that, you know, sometimes issues are raised that I agree with, but I'm not on Van Jones's side here. This is obviously an attempt to beat down or beat back a growing, you know, faction of Democrats who are to the left of these, you know, centrist pro-corporate creatures.
Yeah, I think there's a lot going on. I mean, you know, Van Jones, in order to demonstrate his bona fides as what he calls a progressive Democrat, that's what Hillary Clinton calls herself, by the way, as well. So it doesn't really.
All right, quick question, chat, and please do hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Support the channel. Super chats, super stickers, gifted stuff. Check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord. And if you want to skip all the nonsense, hit up the Cash App so they don't skim off the top. I appreciate any and all support. Sincerely, thank you so much. Am I the only one that thought that maybe Glenn Greenwald was Asian? I mean, be honest with me, chat. Was I? Let me know in the comments. Was I the only one that saw Glenn and was like, are we dealing with a Asian here? But I'm not great at, you know, pointing that stuff out because remember, I thought Ken Klippenstein was Wasian and it turned out to be like from Honduras or something like that. I don't know, you know? All right. I think the comments are going to agree with me. Cosmetic surgery to look more Asian. You guys are very fortunate that I hold certain principles, certain lines that I just won't do. I won't push. It's in the eyes, Chico. They never lie. Yeah. But just picture this, and I apologize. Glenn Greenwald in a kimono, samurai sword behind him on the wall. Maybe an accent? No, all right, let's get let's go. Maybe that's why he went to Brazil. You know, it was like his. I feel like Brazil is the mecca for the Japanese.
Like what he calls a progressive Democrat. That's what.
Sorry, or is that Hawaii? Look, okay, you know what? No, I'm fighting you guys. Okay, all right. No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I take it back. I take it back. Okay, he does not look Asian. He just looks like a racist caricature of a white man trying to be Asian. No, this is what fucking Wolverine looks like when he's in Japan. Oh shit. No. This is awful. And this is yeah. Who's seen this one? Let me see if I can find it here. Short videos, maybe? Let me see if I can find it. I liked this a while ago, but I don't even know what platform I saw this in. Probably Instagram, so I won't find it. Who's seen that? Drop it in the Discord if you've seen it. This young lady. Oh, this is pretty close, but this isn't. No, that's not it. I say young lady. She's probably like early 20s. I saw one in their kids, and I don't feel comfortable showing that. They do a SpongeBob face paint, and they accidentally look like they're doing like yellow face. And she's live streaming, and she's like doing the makeup herself. And it is, man, one of the funniest like accidents I've ever seen. Now, of course, you know, I'm a proponent of stopping Asian hate. Damn, I can't find it. Nobody's seen that? I'm telling you, it's cosmetic surgery to look younger. Len is really vain. That's just homophobic, Gio. Look. Gio, that's just homophobic as fuck, bro. What are we doing here, Gio? I'm sorry, Gio. This is not your 4chan account. I'm not gonna find it. I'm so frustrated. I mean, look. This is pretty close to what I was talking about. The one where the girl realizes when she's done is so much funnier. But like virtually identical. This is why I can't stream when I'm not feeling well. This is what happens. This is what you get. And look, this is not mean-spirited. This is not a hate crime. This is just fandom gone wrong. And it doesn't matter like how you try doing it. Like you're just Yeah. Jeez, man. Speedy was wild for that one. I'm just saying. Y'all owe me an apology. You're every single one of you needs to apologize for not seeing the vision.
Van Jones, in order to demonstrate his bona fides as what he calls a progressive Democrat. That's what Hillary Clinton calls herself, by the way, as well. So it doesn't really mean all that much. But, he said, oh, I'm for Medicare for all, and I'm for free education and free college, and I'm for all these great things, none of which are actually being fought for, none of which are actually on the table, none of which is even close to being voted for or implemented. So it's very easy to say you're for them as kind of like a checklist, just to put yourself in a certain box that's advantageous for you to be in to make an argument. And then conversely, the reason why these primary challengers are beating incumbent Democrats or Democrats favored by the establishment is not because most people woke up and decided they want to abolish prisons or abolish the police. This is not the motivating force. I'm sure, some leftists in New York really do believe in that. There are a lot of really fringe MAGA people or Republican Party elected officials who have views that aren't even close to being implemented. So we don't talk much about those, even though they're views that are way to the fringe. The reason why people are voting for these candidates are the things that Van Jones didn't mention, like foreign policy and war and financing Israel and its genocide, and the general perception that the Democratic Party joins hands with the Republican Party to favor corporate interest over working people. These are all things Van Jones didn't mention because those are all the things that he's defending and is really pretending that he's talking about certain issues like abolish ICE or open borders that most Democrats, even the ones on the furthest left wing of the Democratic Party, don't actually favor. Now, I have a very similar trajectory to you. I have had my own wars with the left, to put that very mildly. I have my own critiques of people who are in this DSA faction. But one of the reasons why I was more open than I ever had been in my life or ever thought I would be to working with people on the populist right, like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and those people, isn't because they suddenly abandon all their views that I disagree with. You ask Marjorie Taylor Greene what she thinks about immigration, and she's going to be much harsher than I am, or other kinds of issues like that. Same with Tucker Carlson. But on the issues that are actually on the table, like should we be going to war in Iran? Should we be bombing the Houthis? Should we have military bases throughout the Middle East? Should we be spending $1.5 trillion on our military to fight foreign wars? Should we fund Israel? I'm in agreement with with them. And so I'm willing to join hands with them or anyone in the DSA in order to advance those really critical causes that are actually being fought. So
here's one thing that I've always asked people that are willing to align with these Christian white nationalists. Do you not care why they have this anti-war position? And I don't even feel comfortable calling it anti-war. Right? And just like Grant Plattner, no more small wars, just like Obama, no more stupid wars. These Christian white nationalists, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, you have to ask, why do you oppose each specific thing, each specific war? Because there's always something insidious behind it. Like if you ask her, why do you oppose, supporting Israel and continuing the war, the war against Palestine? If you were to ask her that, she'd be like, well, because the war is at home. The war is at home against the Jews controlling government. And then you gotta be like, whoa, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't
Settlers, Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
And you have to ask, because it's like, the reason why these non-interventionists, better than, non-interventionists, why these nativists, why these, there's a word I'm looking for. Ooh, what's the word I'm looking for, chat? It's not non-interventionist, when they don't want to go abroad, when they just want to focus at home. It's usually a reactionary, what am I thinking about, chat? Come on now. I'm not 100% and I need you, chat. Need you right now. Isolationist? There we go. Dakadu in the Twitch chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone coming in with the answers. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. So the reason why they're isolationists is because they want to lock shit down here. They're like, hey, we can't spread freedom and democracy. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Abroad, we need to spread freedom and democracy inside our borders. We have to be able to control. We have to make this a Christian white nation before we go outside and try to make it Christian nations controlled by white people. Just you always have to ask them why it is that they hold the positions that they do.
So there's so much cynicism in what Van Jones is saying. Obviously, I can't stand a lot of the woke discourse and views that a lot of people in DSA have. I have had my own wars with them, just like you have. They've been at war with me for the same reasons. But that's not really what we're discussing. And then I just want to make this one other point. I was going to tell you this little story that I've never told before. In 2015, maybe 2016, I had breakfast with Ta-Nehisi Coates. And at the time, I was just coming.
Breakfast with who? With who, chat?
I know you don't want to talk historically, but
not the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, the most prominent pro-Palestinian leftist in the world.
Coming off the Snowden reporting, we had created the Intercept. I had all these like weird doors opening for me in the US, around the world, that I never thought I would have access to. And he was experiencing something very similar, because he started off like as this sort of like very far left, street activist, and then suddenly was writing covers articles for The Atlantic. And he had his own, kind of inducements, even more so than I am. We talked about how powerful these temptations are. Like once you get to a certain point, they see the value in you and they try and commandeer you with all the benefits that they can bestow on you. And if you don't fight against that actively, you will immediately capitulate. You're suddenly going to be with them. And that's so obviously what happened to Van Jones. He got this big CNN contract. He was suddenly meeting with top Democratic officials. He got $100 million from Jeff Bezos, big book contracts, all the things that happen to you if you're willing to then become a tool of the establishment and their bipartisan dogma. And he's just one of the most blatant cases of that. The last thing I'll mention is a lot of these DSA challenges, or just left-wing challenges in general, are removing from Congress and ending the political careers of the people in Washington who have the most influence and power. So people like Van Jones love these people, like AOC ended Joe Crowley's career. That was what made people so angry at her. And Darlisa ran against a very popular Republican Democratic incumbent who was the head of the Hispanic caucus, Democratic caucus. And that's Dan Goldman, had his career ended. A lot, Diana DeJet in Colorado. A lot of this is just like rank closing on the part of people who are in the establishment, people who are political and media elites who all know each other, angry that their prerogatives are being taken away. And I think that's what Van Jones is up to more than anything. And unfortunately, there is a big part of the Democratic Party that is now the black establishment. The Congressional Black Caucus is very tied to AIPAC. They're very tied to corporations. They're not anywhere near the kind of black far left activism of the 60s and 70s that people assume they are. And I think there's a lot of the...
Whoa, hold on. Wait, that people assume they are? I'm sorry, chat, please correct me here. And I know this is a super biased, group to ask. But no one believes this anymore. Right? I mean, nobody would want this today. What do you mean? What the fuck was that? Did I mishear him?
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
I mean, hold on, I need to see the transcript for this. Hold on. What was happening here? Damn, that's a long ass. The Congressional Black Caucus is very tied to AIPAC. They're very tied to corporations. They're not anywhere near the kind of black far left activism of the 60s and 70s that people assume they are. Who the fuck is assuming that the Congressional Black Caucus is the radicals of the 60s and 70s? What the fuck? I don't know, dog. You've been in Brazil too long. You've been in Brazil too long. No one, actually, no one but your fucking reactionary friends at Fox News, or formerly from Fox News, believes that the Congressional Black Caucus is radical in any fucking degree. I don't even think normies believe that. I think that the average supporter of the Congressional Black Caucus wouldn't support them if they thought they were the radicals of the 60s and 70s. I mean, when remind me of this whose name?
I'm afraid of like talking.
Thank you so much for subscribing.
Or outside of my race.
You know who I'm talking about. Whose funeral was it? It was in John Lewis's funeral. In John Lewis's funeral, Bill Clinton took time out of the fucking eulogy he was giving to talk shit about Kwame Ture. Bill Clinton, what year was that? Hold on, what year was that? What year did John Lewis die? 2020. In 2020, Kwame Ture died. What year did he die? 1998. Kwame Ture transition. 1998. Became an ancestor. And somehow, what is this? 22 years later, math. 22 years later, Bill Clinton finds time out of his day to stop and smear Kwame Ture. That's what I'm saying. I do not believe that anyone that supports the Congressional Black Caucus believes that they're anywhere near the radicals of the 60s and 70s. But hey, I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Maybe I'm more like Emma Vigeland than I know.
Oh, Nipsey Hussle.
R.I.P.
What's he been up to these days?
Nipsey Hussle's dead.
Maybe I just don't know.
Congressional Black Caucus is very tied to AIPAC. They're very tied to corporations. They're not anywhere near the kind of black far left activism of the 60s and 70s that people assume they are. And I think there's a lot of the kind of black Democratic establishment that also feels threatened by this new movement. And he's speaking for that as well.
Oh, I think you're so right about that. I mean, a good example is how, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on her name. The Texas race for Senate.
Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is a perfect example. And I mean, she has really had one mask off moment after the.
Hold on. Listen, one thing I will not allow is for anyone, especially Anna Kasparian, to besmirch the name of CJ the Radicals. One and true only, Jasmine Crockett. All right. One thing I will do, all right, is defend the honor of the homies number one, true love, Jasmine Crockett. All right, CJ, I got you, bro. CJ, I got you, bro. Don't even trip. I won't allow that type of smearing. All right, that type of disrespect. All right. I respect you and and that relationship too much. All right. Oh wait. Oh shit. We're live. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that. I'm sorry. Hey, chat. No. Nope. No, I didn't mean that.
the next after the next. I'm like, this woman does not share my values. And you know, I could have been fooled into thinking she does through the theater that she engaged in during, you know, House hearings and things like that, her little conflict with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now Marjorie Taylor Greene has views on foreign policy that I favor far more than anything Jasmine.
Hold on. Somebody's getting banned right now. Saturn, it was nice knowing you, Saturn. How dare you smear me that way? I would never. Carlos, you were like talking about how attractive Jasmine Crockett is, right? Am I remembering that correctly? If memory serves, I was simply making an objective observation of why, perhaps, possibly, people may find her to be easy on the eyes and thus support her. You know, I didn't invent pretty privilege. I didn't invent it, but I try to analyze it, deconstruct it, and try to help others, such as yourself, Saturn, not fall victim to such illusions. Right? And so if you want to smear me for trying to help people, so be it. Crucify me. You know? Jesus spoke the truth. And look, I'm not comparing myself to the man. But at least I exist, allegedly. All right?
Crockett has said about foreign policy. But thank you for crystallizing something that I think is pretty clear. And it's the fact that these DSA candidates didn't front load like abolish ICE, abolish police policies so much as they front loaded what Trump front loaded during his campaign in 2024, which is we want to do something about affordability, no more forever wars. Democrats didn't learn their lesson when it came to Trump's effective campaigning, and they're clearly not learning a lesson when it comes to these insurgent, you know, Democratic DSA candidates who are beating these establishment, you know, tools. So it's really fascinating to see.
It's almost like they don't believe in this shit. Like Annika's parents, like, well, you know, they were very intelligent, their approach to it. And we were talking about the DSA platform yesterday about abolishing the Department of War. I was wondering whether or not that track with the Department of Defense and all that. The reality is, and Crystal Ball and what was he? The villain from the Dean from Community. You know, this whole idea of like, well, did they run on those positions? Do they believe in those positions? Do we expect them to believe in all the DSA's positions in their platform? Of course not. But to kind of use that as a defense, well, they actually don't believe in all of DSA's platform, or they actually didn't run on those specific DSA platform, you know, issues, all this stuff. For me, it just highlights the fact that like, well, yeah, because it's meaningless to be part of the DSA. It's simply a marketing ploy. It's a PR strategy. Nothing more than that. And to pretend or to act as if somehow, some way, the DSA has any control over these politicians is, come on, it's preposterous.
Yeah, I would just say that, you know, probably the most important example is the success of Zoran Mandani, not just his victory, but also his popularity. And one of the reasons that I knew that even when he was at like 1% in back in December of 2024, the first thing I ever saw him do once he announced he was going to be mayor is he went to the exact working class multiracial neighborhoods in New York that had shifted most to the right or most to Donald Trump. A lot of those, you know, like Black and Latino and immigrant neighborhoods that voted for Trump in larger numbers than ever any they had ever voted for a Republican candidate. And he just went up and asked them like, why did you vote for Trump? And he was hearing, you know, we're sick of having our money sent to Israel and Ukraine. We're sick when our neighborhoods are falling apart. We're sick of all these foreign wars. We can't afford our rent. We can't afford this. We can't afford that. And he built his campaign around the things that he heard in part from Trump voters who should not be Republican Party voters. They should be Democratic Party voters, but they feel alienated from the modern manifestation of Democratic Party voters. He also then just talked about very kind of like cost of living and lifestyle issues for like small business owners and all the like misery they have to go through to get a business license, even if they're just like a vendor on a street selling, food on the side of the street in New York City. It was a very practical way to improve the material well-being of people's lives who have been ignored and forgotten by both parties. And I think that combined with Israel as a kind of proxy for how our politics work or don't work is what is driving this, not this kind of, mega wokeism or land acknowledgements or trans issues or, abolish the prisons. That's just kind of on the menu because that's what DSA activists believe in. But I don't think that's driving this movement that is not quite as ideological as they are anti-establishment for very valid reasons.
And again, like at the end of the day, DSA politicians and the role of DSA is to promote national socialism. That's why they put aside all the contentious issues. And you can make the argument that they're throwing marginalized people under the bus, and you'll get some pushback for that. What I will say that it's undisputed that they're putting marginalized people to the side, right? And for me, that's dangerous because what happens when you put people to the side, when you kind of brush them off, when you make some distance between you and them, is that eventually you'll lose track of how far away you've gotten from them. And that's dangerous.
Absolutely. And that's why people who are establishment mavens are so threatened, like Van Jones.
Well, they're definitely catching some steam, especially in deep blue districts and states. New York is a perfect example of that. But Representative Jared Moskowitz, who absolutely loves our constant support of Israel, regardless of war.
Whoa. Hold on. Chat. What was the gentleman's name? The one that allegedly loves Israel? What are we doing here? Represented Jared Moskowitz. Are you sure, Anna? What's going on here?
Who absolutely, New York is a perfect example of that. But Representative Jared Moskowitz.
Moskowitz, all right.
Probably like 50% of these comments are fine. 20-30% are borderline, like somewhere in the middle, potentially yes, potentially no, depending on the intent behind them. And then like 20% are just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Bro, when Georgie says, depending on the intent behind them, always gets me, bro. Always gets me. All right.
Who absolutely loves our constant support of Israel, regardless of war crimes, regardless of crimes against humanity, complained that Democratic leadership isn't doing more to condemn their own members and Democratic voters. He wants the Democratic Party to condemn their own voters. He says, I think they're doing everything they can to not talk about the anti-Semitism on the left to get themselves through elections. I think it's more convenient just to pretend it's not happening. And then Josh Gottheimer has had a similar statement saying, this is no longer about substance. It's about the raw fear of pissing off the far left. Now, Crystal Ball over at Breaking Points had a debate with Adam Smith, Congressman Adam Smith today, which was fantastic. I'm going to cover it in more detail on the show tomorrow. But I did want to share this moment because she specifically asked about these statements, and here's how he responded.
People say, well, if you blame the left, you're just being a Republican. Well, can't we learn as we go?
Well, my problem is not with your, I have my own critiques of the left, right? I think that I actually think the identity politics thing came out of the Hillary Clinton campaign and was a way for the establishment to beat back the rise of the Bernie Sanders left. No doubt the left embraced it. I have been a critic of quote unquote woke, although I hate the word at this point in identity politics. That's my,
Remember who her husband is. Chat, remember who her husband is. The guy that uses the N-word left and right.
Embraced it. I have been a critic of quote unquote woke, although I hate the word at this point in identity politics. That's my, my position. I'm a class first leftist. So I have my own.
Did we miss this yesterday? I'm a class first leftist. What? A rich white woman. Let's put class first. A rich white woman. You don't tell me. I'm shocked. Color me brown. Well, no, color me shocked, because if you color me brown, Crystal Ball won't give a shit about me. Oh man, we missed this.
We think the identity politics thing came out of the Hillary Clinton campaign and was a way for the establishment to beat back the rise of the Bernie Sanders left. No doubt the left embraced it. I have been a critic of quote unquote woke, although I hate the word at this point, identity politics. That's my, my position. I'm a class first leftist.
Okay, so when she first said quote unquote woke, I'm like, oh, okay, she's making the distinction of like the woke that reactionaries have relabeled versus woke were originated in the black community, to be aware of villains like Crystal Ball. I mean, is that a fair example? Is that a fair example? Man, remember her husband, Kyle KKK Kalinske, right? Married to, let's see their wedding photos. This guy, Kyle Kalinske, uses the N-word like it's going out of style. Let's find it here. Oh, wow. Before that, we'll find that shortly. We had the hungry one. There was another one as well. Here's one where he's supporting dead naming people that may not politically align with you. But there's more. There's always more with this guy.
Of quote unquote woke, although I hate the word at this point, identity politics. That's my, my position. I'm a class first leftist. So I have my own critiques here. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying when you caricature an entire wing of the party at this point.
Aren't you caricaturing the entire wing of the centrists and saying that we're like,
no, because
I'm not caricaturing.
I'm not trying to say.
There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way these two white people are saying you can't caricature us on the left of the Democratic Party, and this guy's like, you can't caricature the center of the Democratic Party, as they're both saying we hate woke, we hate identity politics. Fuck, man. These people are beyond saving. They are our enemies as they're arguing and debating with each other. The one thing they can agree on is, chat, do you want to say it? I can't. Let me know in the comments what you think I'm referring to. The one thing that they all agree on is we hate black people. That's it. That's look. I'm not putting words in their mouth. What do you think they mean when they say we hate woke, we hate identity politics? What do you think they're talking about, chat? Let me give you a prime example from their godfather, from the leader of their movement. Y'all remember this one?
We thank you for honoring us with your presence.
We thank him for honoring us with his presence. Wow. He has risen. He walks again. There we go. Our favorite guy, our favorite Bernie bro.
Came here to join this rally, watch what was going on, not to listen to somebody take over the stage. Join this rally, watch what was going on, not to listen to.
I'm sorry, not to listen to who? I'm sorry, not to listen to who? To who?
Somebody.
say you have the same views as John Fetterman. I don't think that you do, or Josh Gottheimer for that matter.
And I'm not saying they all have the same views
You
either.
are trying to take the views of, let's say, Darlene and the DSA platform and saying this is what the entire
I'm not.
DSA coalition stands
I'm just
for.
saying it's an issue and it's a challenge.
And I should note that while he complained about identitarianism and the more radical proposals being, proposed by members of DSA, Crystal Ball was like, "Didn't you co-author an abolish ICE bill not too long ago?" So I love that she caught him on that because, these establishment Democrats are the ones who have made the culture war issues front and center. And every action is going to have an equal or greater reaction, and I think that's what we saw from more left-wing members of the Democratic Party. But that debate was worthy of a watch. So if you guys haven't watched it, definitely take a look today, and I'll cover my thoughts on various parts of it for tomorrow's show. But any final words from you, Glenn, before we go to break?
No, I watched that interview too, and what struck me is that he actually reached out to Breaking Points because he wanted to go and address these left-wing critiques of the establishment Democratic Party, which even 2 years ago would have been unthinkable. And I think it really shows the dynamic that he had to go and kind of defend the establishment position and sat there for 45 minutes doing so. And someone like him, especially, who has always been like Boeing's man in Congress, like on the military committees, would never have done that. But it shows the pressure that they're under, and I think that's very positive.
It's fantastic pressure. And he went back on his support of Section 219 in the National Defense Authorization Act. Now, ultimately, it wasn't stripped from the NDAA, but it is what it is. It does show that pressure, if intense enough, does get these Democratic lawmakers to behave differently. Let's just put it that way.
Every time.
Wow. Politicking. Yeah. Do me a favor, y'all. If you want to help me avoid hitting up Van Jones for that Bezos check, support the channel. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. If you want to support the channel further, memberships, super chats, super stickers, and all the gifted stuff is turned on. Check out the Patreon for $2. You get access to the Discord. It's a great time there. Great discussions, great book recommendations. And the unofficial book club is on Saturdays. They're currently on Meditations on Finance Wretched of the Earth. Check that out. It's a great time, great environment. And if you want to avoid anyone skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App. Any and all support helps. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. All right, y'all. It's drop site news time. I dropped this on the Discord, hoping that some of you have already read it. Checked it out. We got one more look at Anna Kasparian. Hope you can still have some lunch. Give me 1 sec. That was great, Yipper. That was a good one. That was hilarious.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Y'all on a roll tonight. I don't know, something about these later streams. Just the filters go off. I love that. Gio, thank you so much for the super chat. Radical. I don't even know if I can say that. Jeez. I don't know if I can say it. But yeah, that's great. That's great, Gio. Say it. Come on, I'll say it with you. Or we just do one Asian. You switch it up, spice things up, you know? I don't know what I did to deserve y'all, but I'm so appreciative. No, I have not. I have not, man. Eesh, no chill, no chill. Wow. The fuck? Oops. Yeah. This is, I'm sure this is never gonna come back to haunt me. Thank you so much, y'all. Yeah, 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 yeah. I can't even tell you why it's funnier for me. My dyslexia did something to that. And that I was confused at first until I reread it, and then it hit me harder. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right. Are we good? Are we good? Can we settle into a serious article? Right now, with how I'm feeling these days, I only got one good article in me, and this is a great one. I'm going to drop it in the chat and pin it. Yeah, I know. The receipts will live on forever. So I appreciate y'all just being around, and thank you for the patience. Can I pin this? Listen, let me. It's a long one, but a good one. And do yourself the favor checking it out and sharing it with others. Let me make sure that y'all can see all the words on the screen. Yeah, we're good, right? Everything appears. Maybe I can move it just a little bit to the left. Oh no, because it cuts off. That's fine there. It's fine there. I also dropped this in the Discord. Okay. Let's get started. Whenever I edit this, and then people are just gonna look at the chat like, what was going on? What did I miss? All right. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much for checking out the channel and supporting. We're gonna check out a piece in Dropsite News by Camila Lores Galarza, prosecutor investigating U.S. boat strikes and claims of torture, was murdered in Ecuador. And please go check out this piece yourself. Look, I know, do not allow the discussing individual like Ryan Graham to stop you from supporting real journalism. We saw what Jeremy Scahill did to Ro Khanna, and we saw how Ryan Graham was crying about it. All right, so keep in mind, there's real journalists out there that need your support. All right. Here we go. New evidence has emerged of U.S. Coast Guard activity in the aftermath of 2 strikes, further corroborating survivor testimony. It's horrific. Let's see here. Quito, Ecuador. Alexandra Bravo, the prosecutor assigned to investigate U.S. strikes on 3 Ecuadorian boats and the 36 survivors' subsequent accounts of torture and kidnapping, was shot dead in the coastal city of Manta last month. And look, y'all, Ecuador is, at a height of violence. But can we just be honest? This was an assassination to stop the truth from coming out. Well, we all already know. Well, we all already know that the US is just murdering indiscriminately people in the Caribbean, just people in the global south, but in Latin America that they view as, its backyard. Absolutely abhorrent. According to police on June 14th, a hitman aboard a black motorcycle opened fire on Bravo as she and her sister were leaving a cafe at about 11 a.m. Bravo's sister, who jumped to protect her, was also killed in the attack. Look, this shit is heartbreaking. To have a family member love you so dearly that they're literally throwing their body in the line of fire to save your life. And I hope that we would all do this for our loved ones, for your family members, for your siblings if you have them. This is tragic in all accounts, in so many ways. But it's absolutely heartbreaking to know that the last act that Bravo's sister took was trying to save her sister's life. Upon arriving at the crime scene, officers say they found 5 9mm shell casings and Bravo's injured driver, but no sign of the police detail that had been assigned to protect her. Fucking coincidence. Coincidence, I'm sure. The police directorate, which operates entirely under the executive branch, has launched a probe to determine if there had been an internal security breach. Right, the state investigating itself. I'm sure they'll find something. Bravo is the 26th member of Ecuador's justice system to be assassinated since 2020. Fuck. And the second individual investigating state crimes murdered that week. Besides her usual caseload of homicide and organized crime, Bravo had been working in Forilla Negra Francisca and Don Maca cases, a series of drone attacks on civilian fishing ships exposed by drop site in April. 2 of the boats' crews returned home and reported being abducted, blindfolded, and starved for 8 days by American gunmen in U.S. military uniforms aboard a U.S. flagged patrol ship before being abandoned in El Salvador. And even this, to be abandoned in El Salvador, with Sicot, with the way that Bukele is like serving at the behest of Donald Trump with no questions asked, I mean, that in itself should be viewed as a death sentence. The UN Committee on Enforced Disappearances endorsed the calls for an investigation, demanding that the U.S. provide information on the whereabouts of 8 still missing men and any involvement in the matter by April 27th. To date, the United States has not responded. Today is what, chat? The 23rd of July. And the whole thing is, with what army? Who at the UN Committee on Enforced Disappearances is going to force the US to give any information? Under Ecuador's right-wing president, Daniel Noboa, the Miami-born billionaire, often characterized as U.S. backed dictator, the country has become a central testing ground for Operation Southern Spear, Washington's extrajudicial bombing campaign, purporting to target narco terrorists, which has killed 221 people to date. There is no evidence that many of the victims, including those in Bravo's investigation, had engaged in drug trafficking, but there is that fucking Aboa's family has been engaged in drug trafficking. Miami, yes. He was fucking born in Miami. It's not only for fucking gusanos. If you want to meet the worst fucking Latinos that the world has to offer, I'm sorry, chat. Sorry to remind you, you don't go to Argentina. You go to Miami. You go to Miami, chico. And good fucking luck. I can't make any assertions regarding it being a political assassination. But evidently, when a prosecutor is killed, it's because of the investigation they're conducting. Fernando Bastias, a renowned human rights attorney with Ecuador's CDH and member of the Geneva-based World Organization Against Torture, told Dropsite. That's something we've learned from our experience in Ecuador. A source inside the Manta Police Department who knew Bravo personally told Dropsite that the Ecuadorian prosecutor was under pressure from her superiors at the Attorney General's office to treat the U.S. attack as exclusively cases of disappearances. In other words, hey, they were disappeared, they're back. Let's not make it a bigger deal. Let's not look further into it. Just sign off on it. Just sign off on it. The source, who asked for anonymity out of the fear of retaliation, said Bravo was told to close all lines of inquiry after 36 of the 44 missing men were found despite arriving with severe injuries, including 70% vision loss and feet torn to flesh and bone. You step on a fucking Lego. You step on a goddamn Lego. And you're done. You're done for the day. You need to take a fucking 5 at least. You got to take a knee. You're cursing the children. You're cursing the neighbors. You're cursing everyone. If you step on a goddamn Lego. Their feet were torn to flesh and bone, which medical experts found consistent with their accounts of explosions and torture. A senior researcher with Human Rights Watch, Nathaniel Cotrino Villarreal, who interviewed Bravo as part of her investigation into the 3 vessels, similarly recalled Bravo facing internal challenges within the institution itself to advance the investigation. Villarreal said the prosecutor repeatedly sought cooperation from other branches responsible for the ship's rescue, including the Manta Port Captaincy. But none responded to her request for information. During the Negra Francisca bombing, Darwin Pico Flores, an eyewitness aboard a nearby boat, told Dropsite he called the Manta Port Captaincy to request emergency assistance. Nobody came. In April, as part of its first investigation into the incident, Dropsite called the port seeking comment. Officials hung up after learning the call was from a journalist. So this is what I'm saying, like, these operations are happening with known collaboration with local law enforcement. This is what makes somebody like Bukele, like Noboa, so dangerous, is that they're proactively working for and with the US. It's not a situation where the US has to, break down the door. The back door is left unlocked. As of their last meeting on May 8th, Cortino Villarreal told DropSite Bravo was still in the initial stages of inquiry and investigation. Bastia said Bravo was investigating a country, the United States, that has been positioned in the media as an ally against crime. That investigation has not advanced at all, and that stems from an intention to avoid getting in trouble or problems with anyone. The source inside the Manta Police Department said that, given this lack of cooperation from partner agency, Bravo had asked for advice on how to pursue new sources for evidence. In the days leading up to her death, Bravo was relocated to the Attorney General's office in Montecristi, a neighboring municipality. Her caseload changed after the transfer, and she was no longer in charge of investigating the 3 boat attacks. And you know, it sucks because it's like, there's your fucking message. Guess what? You're doing your job. You're doing your job a little too good, a little too well. So we're going to relocate you. So stop digging. DropSite attempted to reach Bravo's replacement for comment, but he had been explicitly instructed not to speak to the press. After weeks of attempts to reach the Attorney General's office for comment, they told DropSite the investigation was sealed and they could not comment on why Bravo was relocated. It was a fucking setup, that's why. Inside Ecuador's US-backed military regime, the Attorney General's office has become an increasingly opaque and politicized institution. It's already a major obstacle for prosecutors to investigate local state agents. Now imagine international state agents. Bastia said, the executive branch has implemented a series of legal frameworks that leave these foreign state agents immune from prosecution. He added, referring to the diplomatic immunity granted to all U.S. military and Department of Defense personnel through President Noboa's 22nd martial law decrees. I mean, literally fucking U.S. military cowboys out there. The worst of the worst with immunity. Pueden hacer y deshacer lo que quieran, cuando quieran, a los que quieran. This is, look, here in the States, for all intents and purposes, the pigs, whether you're local cop or ICE, have immunity, right? But every now and then, they got to throw the community a bone. And then justice is served. And an uprising is avoided. A riot doesn't occur. These bastards, these motherfuckers have literal immunity granted to them. Foreign actors. I don't know. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. I don't know what to say to that, but okay, buddy. All right. Well. Granting literal immunity to the U.S. military in Latin America. What could possibly go wrong? And please keep in mind, yes, of course, these are individuals, U.S. veterans that we're gonna have to vote for to make sure we have a majority. The Pentagon, Coast Guard, and U.S. Southern Command have all denied any knowledge or responsibility of the boat incidents. After DropSite published photo evidence of the Negra Francisca bombing, U.S. lawmakers questioned U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth during a congressional hearing. On June 13, the day before Bravo's murder, Reps Joaquin Castro and Bill Keaton published a letter to Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and head of the U.S. Coast Guard, Kevin Lande, demanding a full audit of U.S. government involvement in the attacks. Despite the deadline of July 10th, none of the agencies have issued a public response. Keaton's press secretary, Lauren McDermott, told Dropsite that his office had received a reply from Rubio's office, but none from the Department of War or Coast Guard. She did not, excuse me, she did not disclose the contents of the response. The survivors who returned home and the families of those who didn't still have not received any answers, telling Dropsite, authorities shut the door in our face. Maria, the wife of one of the fishermen, tells Dropsite her mother-in-law died awaiting her son's return. Saying she was struggling with severe depression and stops in the weeks leading up to her death. All throughout Latin America, there's just countless mothers who organize, who rally behind, wanting to find out what happened to their children who have been disappeared by the state. This is unfortunately very common. Despite both governments' efforts to stonewall the investigation, evidence continues to emerge supporting the fishermen's accounts of abduction, airstrikes, and torture. Dropsite obtained exclusive video of U.S. Coast Guard activity in the vicinity of the Negra Francisca bombing. Open source intelligence that corroborates the Negra Francisca's testimonies and police interviews with eyewitnesses that confirm the U.S. involvement alleged by survivors and documented by Dropsite. With the help of Air Wars, OSNINT analysis, and former U.S. Marine Corps member Tommy Mikulski, Dropsite access additional NASA thermal imagery consistent with the Negra Francisca bombing and vessel tracking data placing U.S. Coast Guard activity along the route the fishermen say they were taken after the strike. What the fuck? Tommy coming through with NASA thermal imagery. Wow. Video obtained by Dropsite showed alleged Coast Guard activity near the Negra Francisca strike. Political lawfare under Ecuador's US-backed military regime. Noboa, who governs by military curfews and mass starvation of political prisoners, has gone to great lengths to become Trump's strongest partner in South America, Since taking office, he brushed aside Ecuador's constitutional ban on U.S. military presence, ratified by 60% of voters as recently as November 2025. I think we even covered that here. It was like a huge victory, but of course, who's going to enforce it? Which was originally introduced almost 20 years ago precisely due to a history of U.S. military sinking boats off the coast of Manta. Additionally, his administration authorized the first FBI office on Ecuadorian soil, assisted a U.S. embassy effort to falsely frame members of Colombia's left-wing government ahead of elections, and collaborated with the U.S. in the bombing of innocent civilian farm workers along the Colombian-Ecuadorian border, all in the name of combating drug trafficking. Sorry, censor what videos? I think we're fine. I mean, I don't think... Oh yeah, I mean, it was just so far away. Notably, boats from Noboa's family shipping corporation were caught trafficking 26 million... Is this euros? No, that's not euros, right? Oh yeah, it's pounds. All right. Notably, boats from Noboa's family shipping corporation were caught trafficking 26 million pounds of cocaine, a detail that has not deterred the State Department from naming him a key partner in Trump's war on drugs. Last month, The Guardian reported that a whistleblower who was investigating Noboa's ties to drug trafficking was murdered. Gatri Koke, thank you so much for the 1,000 jewels and the GOAT trophy. Appreciate that. No, I mean, it makes sense that it's under pounds if the Guardian reported it. Right? That's what I'm thinking. The Guardian is a British outlet, no? To be fair, I started this one last night. It's helping. I don't know what's wrong, but it's helping. All right. Notably, boats from Noboa's family shipping corporation were caught trafficking 26 million pounds of cocaine, a detail that has not deterred the State Department from naming him a key partner in Trump's war on drugs. Last month, The Guardian reported that a whistleblower who was investigating Noboa's ties to drug trafficking was murdered. Do you see the pattern? Do you see the pattern? Still, Noboa remains a member in good standing of Trump's Shield of the Americas, the Americas counter to cartel coalition, as the Shield is also known, functions as both a military and a highly political alliance, having openly intervened to prop up U.S. interests in Bolivia as President Rodrigo Paz faced off with anti-austerity protests. The local prosecutor charging U.S. forces with with extrajudicial bombings and torture of Ecuadorian civilians would undermine the alliance and damage Ecuador-US relations. I mean, it's such a fucking facade. This shield of the Americas, man. The names are so fucking corny too, like bad Saturday morning cartoons. Or a local prosecutor. Sorry. Are we good here? Other. Yeah. No, see. Other government officials investigating U.S. Ecuadorian criminal collusion received death threats. Monica Palacios, a National Assembly lawmaker representing Ecuadorians living in the United States, who announced plans to bring the Fouriera boat case before the United Nations, faced months of political lawfare after exposing a U.S. Ecuadorian government embezzlement scandal. Last Friday, Palacios said she received death threats against herself and her 1-year-old son, along with footage of the outside of her New York home. Your 1-year-old baby and footage of your home in New York where you think you're safe. But listen, if these governments allow the US to do anything on their soil, you have to understand. You have to, just be uncomfortable in the reality that the US has in the past and will again allow, their puppets to come into US soil and take out targets on their behalf. She directly blamed President Noboa, saying the threats were retaliation for her investigation into U.S. Ecuadorian corruption. There is a direct persecution of judges and prosecution who within the There is a direct persecution of judges and prosecutors who within the scope of their duties make decisions that are not entirely aligned with what the executive branch wants and end up being sanctioned, Bastias, the human rights attorney, said. On the other hand, there is also the risk of stemming from the context of criminality. Regardless, he asserted, Bravo's death has a lot to do with what the state does or does not do, because so far there hasn't been any effective security mechanism for the justice system, civil servants. The responsibility lies in having failed to ensure protection. When your own state won't protect you, you're dealing with a rogue state. That's no longer a state that you should have any loyalty to. That's a state that needs to be stopped. Because at the end of the day, these states, their main objective is to oppress their people. That is their role, to make sure that they will never be able to threaten U.S. hegemony in the hemisphere. Diego Ventimiglia Jarin, formerly a lawmaker in Ecuador's National Assembly and now a spokesperson for Ecuador's Communist Party, similarly told Dropsite, Noboa's government is the most anti-sovereign agenda we have had since the start of democracy. I have no proof of who murdered the prosecutor, but the fact that she was investigating certain elements and that they later ceased to seem important also says a lot about the underlying issues. I mean, that's all the evidence you need. In my book, that's all the evidence you need. The investigation stopped as soon as she stopped being alive. Even after, removing her from the case, relocating her, what she had discovered and what she knew made her too dangerous for the state and all the corruption that they're doing and the sanctioning of murder of their own civilians by the US that they're allowing. Allowing and covering up. New evidence implicating US emerges. The Negra Francisca, the US maintains, it never interacted with any of the three boats. A spokesperson for the US Coast Guard told The Guardian that the agency's only involvement in the events was deploying the USC GC, Berthold, on the search and rescue mission after receiving a Mayday alert that the Negra Francisca was on fire and ultimately found nothing. We didn't do anything? We weren't involved? We were simply trying to rescue them. There was a Mayday, and we, as good human beings, simply wanted to go and try to help. But when we got there, guess what? There was nothing. There was nothing. No había nada. Nothing. Nothing to see. Just the ocean, just waves. That's it. Nothing to see here, folks. We arrived to rescue, to save the day, as the heroes that we are, and we didn't find anything. We got to trust them. It's not like I'm going to say how fucking convenient. But tracking data of the Berthold's movement provide exclusive. But the tracking of the Berthold's, I don't like that. But the tracking data of the Berthold's movements provided exclusively to drop site by Mikulski places the cutter near the Negra Francisca around the time of the bombing before turning off its signal, only to reappear off the shore of Costa Rica. The same dates the Negra Francisca crew were taken into Central American waters and transferred to El Salvador's Naval Command. Bro, this is as grimy as the pig turning off their camera. All right? It's just as grimy as that. It's like, we just happened to turn off our signal. We appeared and reappeared, and that's all there was to it. It's a technical issue, I'm sure. With mangled limbs and major burn injuries from the attack. Hernan Flores, captain of the Negra Francisca, told Dropside that Salvadorian officers specifically informed him that U.S. personnel had called to coordinate the handoff. Even without this, we know what was up. But how do you deny anything? And that's why they can't even interact. That's why they're not saying shit. They act so smugly and lie so fucking easily because there's no consequences. We're not organized in any capacity to hold them accountable for shit like this. The Coast Guard denied that it coordinated the handoff. The Coast Guard did not play any role in the transfer of fishermen from the Negra Francisca Duarte II, said a spokesperson. And I guess this is the USCGC Berthold operating in the Costa Rican waters in the same dates, times converted from UTC, that the Negra Francisca crew members were brought to Central America and received by El Salvador's Navy/Coast Guard. Photos from the Global Fishing Watch provided by Onsent analyst Tommy Mikulski. I mean, damn, bro. I mean, this reminds me of the whole the Elon tracker thing, right? Where Elon Musk like banned them for tracking him when it's like publicly available information. He's like, what are you guys doing? Fucking amateur hour, bro. But we're grateful for it, right? Unlike Democrats, we do not want a competent state. Not this fucking state. We want these reactionary chuds in there, just messing shit up, just spewing the truth in their arrogance and ignorance. So it makes it easier to communicate this stuff, to expose what the empire is meant to do to the average person. Give me 1 sec. Sorry about that. We need losers in positions of power. Yeah. The USCGC Bertholdt departed the Galapagos military base at 4 p.m. on March 16th and stopped transmitting its location shortly afterwards. A day later, the Negra Francisca was bombed 170 miles away, a distance typically covered by boat in 3 to 10 hours. It's a pretty wide range for hours. Dropside asked the U.S. Coast Guard to account for the cutter's activity after his signal went dark. The Coast Guard responded, it does not disclose cutter movements during law enforcement missions for operational security. Bruh, get the fuck out of here. That's all but confirming. Oh, we were up to some shit, all right. Sorry, we were so much up to some shit that we turned off our signal and we can't even tell you what we were doing. What the fuck, man? Wow. Wow. Do me a favor, y'all. While you're here, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Why wouldn't you? And help support the channel through super chats, memberships, all this new gifted stuff. Check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord. Great time there. They have the unofficial book club going on Saturdays. Currently on Meditations on Finance Wretched of the Earth. And if you want to avoid anyone skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App. I appreciate all the help. Thank you so much. Let's get back to this amazing article. At 1:02 p.m. on March 17th, NASA firms registered a thermal anomaly consistent with an explosive fire, corroborating the time and location where Negra Francisca fishermen told Dropside their ship was set ablaze by multi-drone strikes. The crew say they were then seized at gunpoint by English-speaking men with blonde hair, dressed in khaki fatigues with American flag patches stitched onto their sleeves. It wasn't fucking Steve Rogers. Their description matched the uniform pictured in the U.S. Southern Command press release. Abroad. Keep doing that. Aboard the U.S. flag patrol ship, the gunmen allegedly held them hostage, sank their boat, sank their bomb boat, placed hoods over their heads, beat some of the fishermen, and withheld food for 8 days as they transported them to Central America. Jesus, bro. Man. That khaki shit, bro. You see somebody rocking khakis and blonde hair? They're probably evil fucking human beings. Especially with an American flag patch. This placing of the hoods over their heads. I mean, bro. When they have the opportunity, when they have the chance, when they have the permission, it's always the same thing. They cannot help themselves, man. They really can't. They cannot help themselves. Every time. Look at this, like it's nothing. That's their fire. That's about. And look, credit and sincerely for the bravery that the fishermen have for getting the truth out there. And it's beautiful that their voices, man, that's the thing. Just be honest, be upfront. The truth always comes out. And yeah, you can make the argument, well, it's too late. What's going to come of it? No one can deny them their truth now. And I know that's not enough. It's not enough to compensate. That's not justice. I understand that. But when stuff like this happens, where they say, hey, this is what happened to us, and everyone says, no, it's not. And then you have cooperating, information like this. It's great. It's great to, and I'm sure that for them, it's like mira, te dije, I told you, look at this. We weren't lying. So glad they found this. This is amazing. The USCGC Bert Hall signal resurfaced in the Costa Rican waters on March 22, near the Golfito port, approximately 450 nautical miles from El Salvador's water. It turned off its transponder and did not reactivate it until March 24 hours after El Salvador's Coast Guard publicly announced having had the Negra Francisca's fishermen in their custody. And the whole thing is like, how did they fucking get there? How did they get there? What is their excuse? What is their explanation for how they got there? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm interested in. All right, chat. We got Neato over here going off. I love the energy here. I know it's been a while since you were covering. Excuse me. I know it's been a while since you were covering this, but I have to mention that we have wild shit happening in Ecuador. 3 political parties have been banned to stop the pink tide people from running in upcoming local elections based on secret allegations from the chief prosecutor's office. Also, last year, there were car bombings in Guayaquil, and the mayor showed video of a guy leaving the car bombs, then the maid of the president turning up at the car bomber's house. What the fuck? In a $140,000 Porsche lent by the president when the cops weren't there. Then the guy got released. Anyways, that mayor is in jail and the car bombs mostly stopped. Wow, Deato. I didn't know you were in Ecuador. I mean, please be safe. Wow. And thank you for sharing that with us. Just, I mean, they're just so fucking blatant with it. I know. Can you guys see? This is the. Let's give some love to the Twitch chat with information like this. Thank you for that. As part of our investigation, DropSite reached out to 11 government personnel in El Salvador. All of them refused to go on the record, citing a media gag order. Surely nothing's going on then. Surely that means they have nothing to hide. And mind you, why the fuck would El Salvador not just be like, yeah, this is how we found him? They just know. They just know that they can't start fucking opening their mouths because immediately it'll be evident. All the holes, all the bullshit will be exposed. There is precedent for the Bertholds transferring victims of U.S. airstrikes to Central American authorities, with Costa Rican outlets reporting it delivered the remains of 2 deceased and 1 injured survivor to Costa Rican port of Golfito around the same time. Costa Rican's nautical inspector, Wilbur Oruz Gudillo, Wilbur Oruz Gudillo, said that he had no information on the cutter's movement, but that it was authorized to act under a memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Costa Rica, similar to agreements the U.S. maintains with Ecuador and El Salvador. I mean, there you go. Eyewitness testimony also casts doubt on the U.S. Coast Guard's version of events. Video footage shared exclusively with DropSite by Darwin Flores Pico, an eyewitness to the attack and nephew of the Negra Francisca's captain. Man, no wonder he shared this shit. No wonder he's like, nah, you have to see this. Shows a U.S. Coast Guard cutter patrolling the waters where the bombing occurred. I mean, man, the bravery of that, of knowing what just happened, of still being able to laugh and you know, mock these fucking, you know, death machines. All credit to them, and I hope they're safe, especially, you know, having revealed this, having provided this. Translation, they were just talking shit. I don't know, I couldn't pick up exactly what they were saying, but they were like, oh, look, I've seen enough deadly catch. Excuse me, I've seen enough deadliest catch to know that fucking fishermen are... I'm good, bro. You're down to be out in the ocean at night? Nah, bro. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. There's something different about you, and I don't care for it. Thank you very much. I honor you. I tip my hat to you. You're a different breed. Thank you so much. And yeah, you hear them like hooping and hollering over here at the US like this, and it's like, it fucking tracks. It tracks. Yeah. All credit to them. Darwin said Darwin said he was fishing nearby on March 17th aboard his boat, the Solaville. Okay. Darwin said he was fishing nearby on March 17th aboard his boat, the Solaville, when he spotted smoke rising in the distance around 2 p.m. while making repeated attempts to reach the Negra Francisca's crew by radio. He spotted an American aircraft circling above. It wasn't until hours later that he learned by radio signal that the Negra Francisca was in flames and rushed to make his way to the scene, finding the vessel consumed by fire and no sign of survivors. Mind you, he knows that his family member was on that ship, on that boat. He recovered 2 scorched emergency skiffs, took photo evidence of the fire, then called the port of Manta to ask for help. Nobody came. Darwin decided to begin his journey back to the port to get emergency assistance, and as he was leaving the scene of the fire, red and green lights descended upon the Negra Francisca. Fearing for his safety, he steered his boat away from the site. This is just horrific right here. The following afternoon, Darwin told Dropsite his boat was boarded by the U.S. Coast Guard, which detained and questioned the crew for nearly 12 hours via a Spanish translator with a Puerto Rican accent. With a Puerto Rican accent. Wow. Hold on. Sorry, I thought I heard something. I got freaked out, man. I'm not putting my feet down. Ay, ay, ay. Bro, we're really doing this? Are we really doing this? How was I able to find this so easily yesterday? And yet today, nada. Did I not like it? Did I not, Yeesh. Super irritating. Damn, I'm really annoyed. How did I find it yesterday, not today? Y'all know what I'm talking about? I guess it would be this. I guess this would be the best way to find it now. Now I'm committed to this bit. I'm sorry, y'all. And I forgot. It's the beginning, right? Where is the chat? There we go. Over here. Look at this. Look at this.
Happy Puerto Rican Day to all the great Puerto Ricans out there, to all the half Ricans, and to all the sort of Ricans like me. Happy Proud Day. Woo! Wepa! Wepa!
I mean, this is just Puerto Rican accent. I'm just saying. We can't rule it out. How did he get the role in the Odyssey, y'all? Just keep that in mind. I'm gonna have to edit like fucking all that shit. A Spanish translator with a Puerto Rican accent. He said Coast Guard personnel confirmed the red and green lights were from their patrol and acknowledged reaching the site of the Negra Francisca the previous night, but refused to elaborate on anything found. Instead, they questioned the fishermen about whether they'd seen anything and why Darwin had salvaged the skiffs. After telling the Coast Guard officials that the Negra Francisca was his uncle's boat, Darwin says they abruptly stopped questioning him and began communicating by radio in English with colleagues aboard the nearby cutter shown in the video. Since we were the only people who had saw everything, we were afraid they might do something to us, Darwin said. He felt the U.S. Coast Guard showed little interest in helping him locate his family and instead seemed more focused on making sure we weren't witness to anything. Mikulski says the multi-drone attack, Mikulski says the multi-drone tactic described by all three boats reflects a U.S. doctrine. He argues it's unlikely that other regional powers from neighboring countries to organized crime groups would have the budget or access for such technology. There is no known precedent of cartels using eye-in-the-sky surveillance drones deep in maritime territory, though the Coast Guard has also denied operating armed drones in Ecuadorian waters. I mean, even if it was the cartel, at the behest of whom, right? But obviously, it was the US, bro. Like, let's stop. Furthermore, the decision to keep the survivors alive, albeit involving testimonies of torture, the efforts and expenses to transport them is far more reflective of a Department of Defense protocol designed to avoid international legal ramification than any organized crime group would typically care to practice. Literally that part. Okay, these narco terrorists are just gonna fucking hand off survivors to El Salvador? I mean, that part is so fucking ridiculous. That goes against the whole fucking propaganda, the entire narrative of why they need to be stopped. Stop funding them. That's how you stop them. If it was cartel, you would have never found them, Mikulski said. There would be no survivors to talk to. There would be no stories. Literally that. The Froyela was struck off the coast of the Galapagos on January 20th. All 8 fishermen aboard remained missing. The day before the vessel vanished, the captain's wife received a call from her husband on an emergency line, warning that U.S. aircraft were orbiting overhead. Dropside obtained police interview transcripts from 2 eyewitnesses, Cristian Flores and Dimas Ignacio Alvarez, who corroborated seeing the Froyela engulfed in smoke and surrounded by American assets. The 2 men were members of the Froyela crew, but had been out setting a long line on a nearby raft for several hours when the vessel went up in smoke. In their police statement, Flores and Alvarez described 2 U.S. aircraft flying over the Froyela on January 18th, multiple gray American drones, and a U.S. flag patrol ship circling the vessel on January 19th. And on January 20th, the day their crewmates disappeared, the large U.S. flag patrol ship near the smoke from a distance, they could not make out the personnel aboard the ship, but their accounts echo those of the Negra Francisca crew, who said they were taken hostage by armed Americans abroad. I keep doing it. I keep doing it. I don't know why I keep doing that. Bruh. Hold on. The witnesses' descriptions also match aircraft and equipment featured in public posts by U.S. Southern Command. After spotting the smoke, the two fishermen said they heard their crewmates calling the captain over the radio in distress. They were never seen again. The attorney representing the two survivors of the Froila, Juan Avila, told Dropsite that the slain prosecutor, Alexandra Bravo, was in fact his... No, what the fuck is going on, bro? What the fuck is happening, man? This is a... I'm sorry, I don't want to be crude. And this is some like shit that you watch. This is some like a movie, man. And again, I know that's coming from like a very privileged position in the belly of the beast y todo, but like the twists and fucking turns and just the tragedy of it all. We literally start with finding out that Alexandra Bravo, that her sister dies, trying to protect her. So he lost both. They're both his niece. Wow. The Coast Guard told Dropsite it has no record of involvement with La Froila. Sure fucking feels like it. Beato says Ecuador is so fucked up that when I try to tell people what is happening, they think it's just fiction. I'm sorry, bro. I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry, homie. It's so preposterous. It's so outrageous, man. And you know, for the longest, it was like I knew there was something up. I felt like there was something suspicious about the fact that El Salvador was so prominent, that Bukele was so prominent. It was getting pushed by the media. And moments like that, and I'm not trying to, you know, diminish what Bukele has done, but what I'm trying to say is like, when they're upholding a boogeyman like that, especially in Latin America, you have to be like, no, there's something worse that they don't want us to lock in on. Because con Bukele, you know, you could have made the argument that, oh, well, he's stopping MS-13, right? So it's like, he's doing all this fucked up shit, but hey, look who he's doing it to. And that works perfect as a distraction for somebody like Daniel Noboa, who's doing so much worse. It works perfect. Because there's no defense for this. It's indefensible. We went from the safest country in Latin America, good economic growth, having poverty Excuse me, let's start again. Dato says, from Ecuador, we went from having the safest country in Latin America, good economic growth, halving poverty in 7 years, one of the best pink-tide governments under Correa, to this. Hey, look, you know, when I was critical of like Lula de Silva, I remember covering Correa, and I was a lot more kind of like, I don't know enough, but homie seemed legit. I mean, he was legit enough to be exiled. And I guess they had to course correct. Washington, D.C. had to course correct all the progress that he did. What's up, Lizzo? What's up, librarian? Oh, I'm not giving any credit to... Who's giving credit to Bukele? I'm saying that he was used as a distraction, and that it was a viable distraction because people could make the argument that, well, at least he's handling MS-13. Right? I was arguing with people that, hey, you don't get a fascist for free. Right? That safety that he's guaranteeing is not for you. It's for the state. It's for corporations. It's for whatever the fuck the US wants to do in El Salvador. Bravo is no anomaly. The absence of an assigned police detail when Bravo was murdered bears similarities to the 2023 assassination of frontrunner presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio. No, Ville, Avencin. No, hold on. Villa. It is Villa. Villavicencio. There we go. My apologies, yeah. The absence of an assigned police detail when Bravo was murdered bears similarities to the 2023 assassination of frontrunner presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio. The Congressional Commission determined that Villavicencio's police detail was insufficient and that he had been unconventionally escorted through an exposed street level exit contrary to standard protocol, and that the armored vehicle designated to protect Villavicencio on the campaign trail had been left by his security team in another city that day. Hey, who hasn't this happened to? Who hasn't this happened to? That you have an armored vehicle and you grab a regular car. Who hasn't gone through that mistake? You know, because sometimes you forget the keys. You leave the keys in the wrong spot, and then you're like looking through your pockets, and you're like, well, I only have the regular car, not the armored vehicle. What could possibly go wrong? Let's just take that one to the next city, to the next fucking city. These breaches made him particularly vulnerable when assailants approached and shot him on the sidewalk as he was leaving a meeting with other government officials. Just like that. Just like that. Villavicencio's death cleared the way for now President Daniel Noboa's campaign. Would you look at that? Just happy coincidence left and right. Which had been polling at 3% to surge to victory. In an interview with Señal Colombia, Señal Colombia, National Assembly legislator and member of Villavicencio's party, Gisela Molina, who was with him and injured during the assassination, suggested government officials had prior knowledge of the plot. Why would she make such an outlandish claim? Where's the proof? Villavicencio's daughters, still to this day, talking shit about it being Correa that murdered her dad, but his widow says it was probably the government / Noboa. All the suspects died in prison somehow too. Weird. Beatoa, thank you for that insight. I mean, with Correa's exile and Noboa's rise from 3% to the presidency, I think it's pretty obvious that whatever government officials were involved in that were doing it to secure Noboa's presidency, not to somehow protect Correa. But that's unfortunate that, the daughters, if sincere, feel that way. Correa's party was ahead before the murder. They lost a lot of votes due to the unfounded allegations of his involvement. And Noboa magically won. Yeah. Again, I don't know enough, but just from what you're telling me, from what I'm reading here, it seems like it was a 2-for-1 special there. Assassinate, a political threat, make it look like Correa was the one that called the hit, and you make way for Noboa. Seems fairly simple and straightforward. But hey, what do I know? During the 2024 murder investigation, Dropsite published private messages from then Attorney General Adaina Salazar, revealing a plot to implicate former Democratic Socialist President Correa's party in Villavicino's assassination amid close collaboration with the U.S. ambassador. There we go. The state later concluded that Los Lobos cartel carried out Villavicino's murder and alleged that former members of Correa's party were the masterminds. Oh, okay. Well, hey, why would the cartel lie on behalf of anyone? Come on. Again, miss me with the over glorification of the lumper proletariat. A homie's got to eat. Homie's got to get paid. Somebody's got to do this work. Let's see here. Prosecutors assert that Los Lobos killed Villavicino for exposing their criminal network, while Villavicino campaigned on eradicating the cartel economy. Ecuador, under Noboa, accused of offering organized crime bosses immunity in exchange for electoral support, has risen as a top distribution hub by 70% of the world's cocaine. Oh, fuck, man. So the guy that allegedly promised to work with the cartel if they supported him managed to get a increase of 70%. Sorry, not an increase of 70%, but to rise the distribution to 70% in Ecuador. Holy shit, bro. Oh, he definitely did not make any deals, right? Those deals did not go through, y'all. This is just just more coincidence. That's all it is. That's all it is. More coincidence. Wow. Ay, ay, ay. Wow, wow, wow. This is absolute. Sometimes the universe is just funny like that, where things just kind of just align. There's no real rhyme or reason to it. And trying to pinpoint or place, blame on anyone, it's just really unfair. Because there's no telling why things really happen. The universe is just random. There's no conspiracy theories. There's no plots. There's no backroom deals occurring. There's just a way for a country to hit 70% distribution of cocaine in the world. And that's just sometimes the way the cookie crumbles. It's just the way it is. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. There's 121 of y'all sticking around through the article, which absolutely means, y'all know how much I love going through articles, struggling through English and Spanish. So So I appreciate it, but we're at 78 likes. We're 121 people live on the main stream. So let's hit the like button. Costs you nothing. All right. Immediately following Bravo's death, the Attorney General assigned a public statement attributing her murder to retaliation against prosecutors combating organized crime. When asked why authorities had linked the killing to organized crime and whether investigators had uncovered any information about Bravo's missing police protection detail, the Attorney General's office told DropSite the investigation is under seal and declined to comment. You see, we would tell you, but unfortunately, and it just so happens to be that it's sealed. We want to tell you how we stopped organized crime once again, how we exposed them, but it's sealed. And who are we to unseal it? Come on now. Though the Attorney General has yet to present evidence to support their claim, Bravo lamented to the Human Rights Watch that danger was always present in her work. She said that being a prosecutor in a context of organized crime was complex and risky, but she did not provide any further details. Cortino Villarreal told DropSite Manta sits. Excuse me. Oh, okay. That wrapped up that. Sorry, my bad. Cortino Villarreal told DropSite Manta sits at the epicenter of Ecuador's organized crime crisis, as the small South American country becomes the most violent nation in the Western Hemisphere. Bravo was also responsible for looking into the unsolved 2024 disappearance of the Patricia Lynn ship and its 21 crew members. Alexandra Bravo she kept doing her job. She continued to do her job, and that's why they assassinated her. Bravo is the second person associated with Patricia Lynn case to be assassinated. The first was the mother-in-law of one of the disappeared fishermen who became the spokesperson for the victims' families and organized marches demanding answers for their missing relatives. Maria Choas was fatally shot by two armed assailants while operating her street food stand in downtown Manta. La señora trabajando. She's working. She's working through organizing and being the spokesperson of being chosen, elected to speak on behalf of the the rest of the families going through this torture. Can you imagine what a great fucking person she was? The courage and bravery of knowing the risk involved of being the spokesperson, of organizing these marches alongside all the other families. These are working class people. These are people struggling every fucking day. Even without all this, remove all the assassination, all the state oppression, struggling every day. And then being forced to show a level of bravery and courage that few of us have ever been asked at the cost of their families. Knowing full well what the consequences and what the outcomes could be. Cortino Villarreal says the sinking of the Patricia Lynn boat in Ecuadorian waters served as a precedent in all these ship-related matters. If Ecuador had a framework of trust in its institutions, one might think Bravo's murder was an ordinary crime. Vinte Milla Harin, the former lawmaker, said, but given the systematic violence against judges, prosecutors, and lawyers, there isn't much room to give them the benefit of the doubt. 26 murdered members of the justice system is a shocking number. And of course, this entire crisis has been fostered by an agenda driven directly by government authorities. The ones who benefit from organized crime are the large power groups. Please take the time to read this for yourself. Do not rely on me, on streamers, on, political commentators, what have you, to do the road work for you. Give the site a visit. Go ahead and like it. Share it if you can. Leave a comment if you're on Substack. And again, this is prosecutors investigating U.S. boat strikes and claims of torture was murdered in Ecuador by Camila Flores Galarza. I'll be honest, the article is long as hell. And and you know me, I get distracted, I lose focus. Very little of that, if any, for my fucking standards. But the entire piece, and again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to diminish, but it really does read like just this. It's unreal what is occurring in Ecuador. It is some shit that Hollywood will write up, but these are people's actual lives. And when you read this reporting, like it seems like okay, this is gonna get turned into a script. If they turn fucking Argo into a script, well, obviously they won't because it paints the U.S. as a villain, but this is like things that should not be forgotten, definitely. Thank you, Lizzo. Nelto says in the Twitch chat, also, we just passed a law saying that the government oversight agency should destroy all its files 30 days after concluding its investigations. Wow. That is terrifying. Terrifying. Again, the link is in the chat pinned. Please check it out. Please check it out. Look, y'all, it's 8. It's about to be 8:30. I haven't been feeling great. So I'm going to leave it up to y'all. I'm going to go and grab like some yogurt or something light. And but I'll leave it to you. What do we do? We got 31 minutes of this video. Who really watches Hasan Piker? Or no, that's not. Or we got about like about the same 30 minutes of this conversation. You know what? No, I'm gonna pull rank. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna save this for tomorrow because if we watch the first part of this, about the Red Scare, I actually do want to read a little bit of that. No. Here's why. I don't have time to read. We just wouldn't have time to read what the U.S. Published. Where is it? So like this just, additional sanctions designated targeting the corrupt Cuban communist regime and its financial backers, July 23rd. This just dropped today. We wouldn't have time for that. We wouldn't have time for this. We wouldn't have time to read Cuba, the capital of 21st century communism. I mean, come on. A 100 pages. Tomorrow's stream, should it just be this? Are y'all down for tomorrow's stream to just be this? See how far into the 100 pages we get into? Or what sections y'all want to read? The Sandinistas? I mean, come on. So tomorrow's Friday. You earned my like. That's what I'm saying. There's just no, honestly, let's save the CBS one for tomorrow. And like I said, it'll make me feel better in terms of allowing, other content creators to have their, it just be on their channel. But tomorrow's stream, fuck it, tomorrow's stream. What is this again? This is exposing you dirty commies. Cuba, the capital of 21st century communism, prepared by the Department of State. So we could read a good bunch of this. And then what we'll do is, I don't know if I'll get through the 100 pages, although I am tempted, chat. I am tempted. Well, for sure reading this right here. We're exposing all of you tomorrow. I mean, I do think it's important. I do think it's important to, you got to do the dirty work. You got to do the road work. I think it's important to go through this. Look, black nationalism in Havana. We got to find out what they're saying about you. No, I'm actually looking for the Weather Underground. Yeah. No. I'll look through this in the morning and then determine which sections we're going to go through. Because we can't go through all of them, but here are the sections. The revolutionary state, the birth of the new left, exporting revolution, an espionage empire, revolutionary tourism, racial revolution, front groups and fellow travelers. Fellow travelers. Okay. Anti-American Internationale, and the conclusion. So tomorrow, come ready to, tell me which sections y'all really want to read, and I'll prioritize those. And then we'll watch, in fact, I'll save this over here. And then we'll watch this as well. This will be our reward. All right. Does that sound good? Is that fair?
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
Is that fair for tomorrow? Fellow travelers means white people. Yeah, and then the white people that got involved, yeah, that got radicalized. Okay. So, we're going to watch this next, but give me a second to go I don't know why I did that. So go grab a snack. I'm feeling better. Thank you. Thank you. I'm feeling better, but I'm still, I know I'm not like, I should be chilling, but you know, I sincerely, like, with everything going on, this helps. What do I pull up for y'all? I don't want to bore y'all while I'm gone, but give me a sec. What did I say that I covered before that I mentioned earlier? What was it? What was it? I'm telling y'all, it's not that. You guys are fucking hilarious. I wish it was that. I wish it was that, and then my head wasn't doing a number on me. Oh, you know what? No, this is actually perfect. Sorry, this is perfect. I don't know why I was overthinking it. Give me one sec.
Antagonizing what Bukele is doing and trying to share the realities of the realities people are living in the rural sector, more specifically, right? Because you don't hear much about that. And so, yes, the diaspora is very reactionary. But another thing that, we also have to consider is just our history with like religion. I think that our connections to religion really complicate the way we see things. It isn't till more recently that the Catholic Church has been vocal about, the whole issue with mining. And at that moment, that's when you start seeing more people moving, right? Oh, shoot, we need to take back our country. But what saddens me is that things have gotten so limited at this point with the policies that have been passed by Bukele's government, that the people have already given away their power. And despite, this sudden change by the Catholic Church, which is a positive change, we still have other churches, evangelical churches, Hermano Tovi, who are very supportive of Bukele and have a lot of followers. And whatever this church says and tells its people to do, they do, right? We know that people go out and vote as their church tells them to vote. And those people aren't just in El Salvador, they are here too. I mean, think about all the churches that have popped up in the areas where our population lives, where diaspora lives. A lot of them are evangelical. And so they go and they hear these sermons and they believe it. And this is how they vote, if they go out and vote. The reality is that a lot of people choose not to vote because they feel that, and this is a common saying that I hear, if I don't work, I don't eat. So I'm not going to get involved in politics. But I mean, just the simple act of breathing is a political choice, And so I feel like a lot of work needs to be done of going back to the basics, going to this culture of educating people in our communities just to understand the realities that we're all living across the board, that it doesn't just affect, this one person or the other person or someone in El Salvador. People here are being just as much affected by economics, understanding those realities and those commonalities, and really, just using those popular education methods to grow a conscience so that we can actually change things, right? And not let these, these social media trolls and yeah, and these memes control the way we think.
100%. I mean, that's what they're there for. We see it in Cuba all the time, that they're
Yeah.
always meddling with their social media, and then people complain that, like, oh, they're not allowed to have the same access to the internet that we have, and it's like, because we're flooding them, and the U.S. empire is just flooding them with false information, to continue to go back to exploiting them like it was before the revolution. Um,
Yeah.
One of the things that you had mentioned that you wanted to touch upon, um, was, the role of U.S. imperialism, right? And now today, it's not in the same way that we used to see it before. Like you mentioned the Catholic Church. I think liberation theology, specifically speaking of El Salvador, um, one of the saving graces of the church during that time, but religious leaders were being assassinated. Like nuns were being assassinated. Like it was atrocious what was occurring, and there was just like no limit to what the U.S. was willing to support. Today, we see a more neoliberal approach to it, um, but now with Trump, not so much, right? Can you touch on that a little bit?
With Trump, it's just this whole other monster. I'm still trying to get my finger on it. I hear about well, for instance, what just happened a couple of days ago, um, this displacement of Venezolanos into El Salvador, and then his comments today about, the people who attacked Tesla. What if we jail them in El Salvador, give them a taste of that medicine? Salvador is in the news, right? Because it is basically a puppet of the US, which is what it's always been, right? It's just been another colony, unfortunately. But how people don't see this, right? How people are proud of this. I think that uh, we are victims of hating just our own backgrounds, our own culture. And it's this, I guess, if you will, new form of colonization, right? Where we are going to defend anything that makes us look and feel better, in terms of who we are and what we want to represent. I think many people who are in the diaspora abhor being from El Salvador, and I say that because I've seen video footage of the way some Salvadorans behave when they go back, and how they treat people, and they treat them like, oh, you're simple poor people. It makes me think about the way that Donald Trump behaves. When I think about that 40%. That 40% of Latinos that voted for Trump, I think about this mentality of just, really wanting to feel power over others, and not wanting to be an outcast. You know, in this current time with this president, you want to fit into that. And so I see a huge problem with that. I'm afraid to think about what's going to happen in the years to come, and how people will continue to turn against their own family and their own friends and relatives, um, just uh, just to protect themselves, and these false ideologies, right? About about white supremacy. So I see that not only here in the United States, but in El Salvador too. I see how people want to fit this mythical um, way of life, You know, if I have, for instance, if I have a job that's paying me $1,000, I'm very well off in El Salvador and I have to maintain that. So I'm going to support this mentality. I don't want to be less than another person. You know, it's this continuous drive to live in a hierarchy, and I think that ultimately is going to be our total decline as people. And it's scary. You know, it's scary to think what'll happen in the next few years. How do we cultivate another mentality? I mean, I think it's through social movement, through continuous struggle, resistance.
Appreciate y'all for sticking around. Question. Somebody mentioned insure. Oh shit, my bad. Spencer. Somebody mentioned insure earlier. I'd seen it. I went to the grocery store. I seen it. What the fuck is it? What's insure? Also, I can't do dairy. So what's up? You guys are drinking cold brew. I'm so jealous, man. I fucking love cold brew. Yeah, see, I can't do it. Oh, due to my okay, whoa, I gotta pull back. You know, perhaps some indigenous ancestry there not allow me to consume dairy, but yeah. This beautiful peach. God damn. The interviews aren't private. The interviews are like the only live thing that I have in the main channel that I keep. In fact, I don't know why I didn't do this. Hold on. Give me one sec. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Let me unprivate one of these. Sorry. I wanted to unprivate. I thought I had. My apologies. Somebody had asked me specifically to unprivate the majority report one, and it's not. My bad. Okay. So these are all. Well, it should be back. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Hold on. That was weird. This one should be private. It was yesterday's. There we go. So if you guys want to watch me break down the debate, yeah, there it is. But all the live streams stay up on the second channel. Please subscribe to the second channel. I know I don't clarify that enough. But at the end of the day, like, I am predominantly a streamer. So I want to get the channel to like 2,000 subscribers at least. But I'm not doing the work, you know, like this is all a month ago of editing I need to do the work. Before that, it was 2 months ago, then 8 months ago. So I really need to focus and lock in, you know, and start editing the videos, the live streams, I should say. All right. But no, thanks for asking, Espresso Depresso. I'm glad you're here. For a while, I worked with the same crew. And whenever I would mention that, oh, I can't have that because it's like dairy and lactose, they're like, you're so intolerant. You leave those cows alone. They've done nothing to you. Every time. And it's not funny in itself, but when it happens every time, like it becomes a gag, a running gag, that gets me. No, I get it. The streams are dope enough, but instead of doing like, what are we at right now? A 4-hour stream. If I break that down to a 1 hour, 2 hour video, it's gonna get more people to start watching the channels and the live streams. That's just the way it works. And I could do it. I need to find the time and to organize myself. Things have gotten harder, but what better motivation to get your act together, to put in the necessary work than tough times? Fuck it, man. Embrace the bootstrap mentality, brothers. That's all I got right now. All right. Let's lock in. Let's have some fun times. Let's go.
Hasan Piker has been called a terrorist.
Now, the new face of the left, I keep doing my best to make this guy the face of the left because, you know, he's
Already pausing at 5 seconds in. I'm 90% sure this is like something Ntaku or some shit like that. I'm pretty sure he got exposed for being a pedophile. Or he's like into like child drawn stuff. He is? Okay, literally. Sorry, y'all have to see this. You all have to see this. Literally, like a second. Nux Taku, thank you so much. I think this is the first time Esel Cat has ever commented on this. And that is a great first comment. Welcome. Yeah. Okay, I wasn't wrong. Okay, cool. I haven't heard about this individual. So just understand that the Stephen Asarch individual went out of their way to be like, who am I going to position opposed to Hasan Piker? Oh, I know, a known pedo. So just know what angle and what approach Steve Asarch is going to take. All right, let's watch this.
A champagne socialist.
Hilarity surrounding champagne socialist Hasan.
A dog shocker.
Mr. Dog Shocker is wondering.
A hero and an enemy of democracy. It doesn't matter where you turn. Everybody has their own thoughts on him. On some sides of the internet, he's a hero, a progressive ideologue, and a champion of diversity who helps progressive candidates like Zoran Mamdani, who works right over there, get elected.
To me, I see him as like a good guiding light.
Why do people keep saying this? Why do people keep saying this? Like, we didn't watch him do this. Or is it? Like, we watched this.
It took Andrew Cuomo being beaten by a Muslim candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what
this is not what I was trying to pull up. But what I do love about this is, if you're upset that Cuomo hadn't visited or named a single mosque in 10 years. Why did you keep, chat, where am I going with this? Jessica Tish, who was bugging those mosques. Look, I'm not here to speak for the Muslim people. I'm not here to speak on behalf of Islam. But I will say, I can fairly say that what we know about Cuomo, that is, you know, and Italian Americans, that the mosques were better off him never visiting. On the other hand, Jessica Tish, well, she was bugging them, she was surveilling them, and you kept her on as your police commissioner. I just love these moments, but this is not even what I was looking for.
What Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah.
What a trash video. Are you not even going to show the part that you're like advertising in the title? Wow. Fuck it, we'll see it with the cope.
And I find the genocide. And genocide. And I find the comments that Hasan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists.
All right, I just don't understand how like people continue to say or spread this, and I think it's done on purpose. I mean, it's strategic. Make Hasan Piker the face of the left, somebody who's going to always be a ride or die for the Democratic Party. And controlled opposition achieved.
Progressivism.
Get elected.
To me, I see him as
Jack One Sane on the Twitch chat says, I do find your critiques a bit more petty-luya compared to Socialism for All, who gets him on international vulgarization of theory. But at the same time, I do feel like this is a result of my own inadequacies in theory and organizing, that I am not yet on the type of time I need to be with these sheepdogs. I think that what Socialism for All does is fucking amazing, wonderful. I've used, you know, his channel a lot, to be honest with you. Whether it's Socialism for All, whether it's Ref Left Radio, whether it's Guerrilla History, you know, kind of fundamental things like that. I've relied on them. And especially like when you're overwhelmed and stuff, I'm not gonna lie to you, it might be corny, it might be cheesy. You know, re-listening to Lenin's work on what have you, like it's just it is calming. It's like, all right, like there's bigger, more important things going on. You know, music's not cutting it. Other like podcasts and arguments aren't cutting it. No, I haven't seen any weird glaze. Who posted? Anywho, somebody was glazing Hasan on the Discord. That's funny. I mean, look, I'm not trying to create Hasan like hate. Somebody tag me or tag it. I don't know what the fuck. Anywho, what I'm trying to get at is, if you like Hasan and you're watching my channel, like it's cool, it's whatever. I think it's almost, I struggle to understand it. However, by all means, hang around. Let me finish this. Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, socialism for all. What he does is something legit, man. What I do here is talk shit, homie. If you want the theory, I'm not it. Although we'll read some shit, you know, sometimes like that. But for the most part, what I do is what I've always done. Call people out for being posers. Not. All right.
Zoran Mamdani, who works right over there, get elected.
To me, I see him as like a good guiding light of progressivism.
The guiding light? The guiding light? I'm so glad he said of progressivism. Whatever the fuck that means.
Elected.
To me, I see him as like a good guiding light of progressivism and like trying to get better candidates rather than just your typical establishment Democrats.
But to others, he represents the downfall of America, an anti-Zionist chauvinist who would rather show off rather than help people.
This is why they highlight the reactionaries' critique of Hasan Piker. Because it's lazy, because it's easy to dispute or to brush off. Look, it's funny to point out the fact that he probably has a nail ring that costs $4,000, right? That shouldn't be our concern, though, or at least not our primary one. That's funny. That's hilarious. And if you think that he got a bootleg one of that, you don't understand Nepo fucking kids. You don't understand them. They feel they deserve this. This is their right. They don't think it's a big deal. What is most disgusting here is that he's pretending to read what is to be done. And he's doing this fully aware that he's not going to do anything with it. But also, he's doing it to irritate people that are actually Marxist-Leninists, people that are actually on the so-called, you know, left, which is like socialists, communists, anarchists. He's like, look, I'm going to lead everyone into the Democratic Party. And I'm going to do it pretending to be you. A fucking skinwalker is what he is.
Off rather than help people.
If you spend some time with Hasan, that like, yeah, he has those like edges to him, but he really means what he says.
But who really is Hasan Piker? I've been a digital culture journalist for the past decade, and other than an interview that I did with him a few years ago and some articles over the years, I never really watched his content.
Stop the bullshit. Stop the bullshit, man. Stop, man. You're gonna make me go full fucking...
Probably like 50% of these comments are fine. 30% are borderline. You know, like somewhere in the middle, potentially yes, potentially no, depending on the intent behind them. And then like 20% are just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
I never heard of him despite interviewing him. Sorry, I never watched his stream despite interviewing him and writing multiple articles on him. You do understand that that would just mean that you're a bad journalist. Like, you're admitting, by trying to pretend that you're not biased, you're admitting that you're a bad journalist. Like, that's fine. That's great. But just be aware, have some self-awareness that by trying to come off as unbiased, you're exposing yourself as a bad journalist for not actually watching the content that Hasan Piker is making when you've interviewed him and covered him multiple times on different articles. Chat, am I wrong? Let me know in the comment section if I'm wrong. This is preposterous. This is ridiculous.
Is Hasan Piker. I've been a digital culture journalist for the past decade, and other than an interview that I did with him a few years ago and some articles over the years, I never really watched his content. I really only understood him through the context of these clips.
You support terrorism, question mark? No, I don't. I don't support the state of Israel, and I don't support the state of the United States of America.
I don't support the state of the United States of America. Please go ahead and vote for the Democratic Party. Yeah. No, just please go ahead and continue voting for the Democratic Party. Just, but I don't support the United States of America. And for those of you that are new, we can't stand these cosplaying rat libs. The DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, is a national socialist organization that is being led by individuals like lifelong Zionist Bernie Sanders. They're following, these little Bernie-crats are following his lead and what he's normalized. You see the same thing with Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. You see the same thing with Mamdani, the consistent normalization of liberal Zionism. So if you're sick and tired of all that nonsense, you're in the right place. Go ahead and hit the like, subscribe to the channel. And if you want to help support, become a member, send a super chat, super stickers, gifted, all that good stuff. Check out the Patreon. For $2, you get access to a Discord. It's a good time there. Check out the unofficial book club on Saturdays. They're currently on Meditations on Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. I appreciate them using the space like that. We're going to get into watching more documentaries. Shout out to them for hosting Battle of Algiers on there. And if you want to support without anyone skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App. I appreciate y'all. Let's get back to this absolute monstrosity. And please be aware that if you don't know, this shirt, Best of the Worst, is from Red Letter Media. This is one of the most like performative hipster t-shirts you could possibly wear to tell everybody that you're different. But anywho, let's get back to it.
So I decided to reach out to the people who know him the most, his fans, the viewers who spend dozens of hours a week watching him on Twitch talk about politics, culture, and the news. What I learned is Hasan Piker is a complicated individual.
No. Wow. Hasan Piker is a complicated individual. Wow, okay. The most simple person you could possibly meet. He wants fame and money, and that's it. I guess sprinkle some influence in there. Come on now.
Who can't really be captured in those viral moments and clips. Hasan can be a bit brash. His bravado can kind of get in the way of his message.
And boy, can that message be difficult for a moderate or someone that disagrees with Hasan.
But at the end of the day, people tend to love him. So welcome to my channel. This is Stephen A. Sarch Talks.
I trust Stephen to not fall for shit like that.
There's no way. There's no way he's saying, oh yeah, I don't really watch his stuff, even though I've interviewed him and wrote in multiple articles on him. And then he drops a clip where he refers to him? That is ridiculous, man. That is astonishing. I read a lot, but I also have been exposed in the past month to wonderful creators through your streams and channel, as well as yourself, that allows me to gain experience. I appreciate that, please. I appreciate that. Honestly, like, everyone knows, if you've been around here, I'm always shouting out Why Sodom TV, Psychic Militancy, you know, Black Liberation Media. I mean, these are bigger channels than myself, so it's not like I'm doing anything like, you know, anyone a favor. But I think these are channels that are important and significant, and that, you know, like Millennials Are Killing Capitalism. I rewatch, bro. I rewatch interviews that, you know, Jay has done because they're that good. Whether it's, you know, regarding today's stream, the return of Operation Condor, whether it's anything with the Good Shepherd Collective and Lara, excuse me, I'm forgetting your last name. You know, we love reading her articles here. So it's just like, I'll rewatch some of this stuff. And it is comfortable. Don't get me wrong. It's like comfort to listen to this analysis. But like every time you realize, oh, I might have been distracted during this minute, or I might have zoned out, or, you know, what have you. Or I forgot and finished this episode or whatever. But then you start like really appreciating these conversations that are so fundamental and useful. I think what Lara is doing in Psychic Military right now is this space has needed it so desperately. Well, I'm talking about the other Lara. No, I know Lara Shihi. I'm saying the one from the Good Shepherd Collective. That's a different Lara. I think, right? Yeah, because they don't really show their face. Yeah, Lara Gilani. Thank you so much, librarian. Yeah, great writer, amazing writer. Yes, of course. Any conversation with Dylan Rodriguez is on point, man. On point. Wrong Lara Yipper. All right, let's get back to this. Appreciate it.
I released my Asmongold video, which you should totally watch. Hasan watched it and shared his thoughts on the subject.
Which creator's fan should I look into next? Like, I feel like if he did something like this in my community, I suspect that the outcome would be very different. And I know that because journalists have profiled my fans.
So I decided, sure, that would be a great idea.
Sure, that would be a great idea. Yeah, fuck it. We're going full anti-Semitic today. Look, here's what I'm trying to get at.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't Settlers, Europeans. Hold on.
You're talking about white people or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
He's not even going to be Jewish, by the way. Oh, no. The surname Assange has roots in Eastern European Jewish communities. My bad. My heritage. All right, we're not doing all that. What a grimy motherfucker, bro. So Hasan told me to run a puff piece about him and his audience. So I said, why not? Understand that that's what he just said. Please understand that he just said Hasan Piker pitched the idea that I run a puff piece about his audience. And so that's exactly what I'm going to do. And we should take him serious. We should believe that he has integrity and self-awareness. Just, you see these pathetic, you know, they call them orbiters. To me, they're leeches, bro. You're a fucking leech. You cannot make it on your own. Right? That's what Hasan Piker was for Cenk Uygur at TYT. That's what Hasan Piker needed to be for Destiny on Twitch. Just keep that in mind.
To figure out what his fans think about Hasan. I posted a tweet, and Hasan posted that tweet on his stream.
If you speak to his, oh yeah, Steven Azark, who did the Asmongold video, he saw my response to it. He was on honeymoon. Flex, by the way. He said, while I was on honeymoon, Hasan the Hun reacted to my Asmongold video and theorized that if I spoke to his fans, the outcome would be very different. While I'm working on my reaction, I wanted to reach out to Hasan Piker fans and ask, why do you like Hasan? How many hours a week do you spend watching him? What do you think people misunderstand about him?
So I got...
Oh, he's so misunderstood. Yeah, this is sad as fuck, man. This is so sad. I'm telling you right now, chat, if this channel ever blows up and anyone ever covers you, and you don't spend at least 70% of the time talking shit about me, banned. I want you to lie to them. I want you to misquote me. If some weirdo fucking desperate for attention, opportunist like Steve Assange ever decides to look into this community, I'm telling you right now, you better paint me in the worst imaginable light. Just straight up lie nonstop. No one should take people like this guy serious. No one. My God. I'm giving you full permission. I don't give a fuck, bro. Do you think we're trying to appeal to people like this? Come on, exactly. Thank you. And that's my mod. My mod says, Carlos hates black people, Steven. Why would I mod them if that wasn't the truth? Carlos is a CIA agent just like Sakai. That's why we love him. Shoosh, getting paid like one too. I do fire people without the notice. Yeah, all my editors that are working overtime. Oh man. Guys, if you talk to my audience, they're so much different and cooler than everybody else's audience, and they're so down to earth. Why the hell would I want that, man?
A flood of information. So over 300 people responded to me on Twitter, email, Discord, and someone even found my Reddit. From those 300, I interviewed.
You think Hasan Piker has normal fans and they found your Reddit account? Yeesh.
15.
And some of their stories were fascinating. Adria is a mom who wants to fight back against the defamation Hasan receives.
Oh my God, bro. Okay, we've seen this account on Twitter. Oh man. She is a mother. She is a mother, and she wants to dedicate her free time to helping Hasan Piker fight the smears and defamation that he has received. bro. Imagine finding out this is what your mother did on her free time. Fuck that, bro. Nah. Come on. There used to be shame in this world. There used to be people wanting, like, having dreams and wanting to achieve them. Mind you, Hasan Piker.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
No, you don't understand. It's out of context. It's totally out of context. You don't get it. Yeah. God, please let there be no brown people in this.
Posting live clips taken directly from his live streams.
I'm a mom, and a lot of people are shocked that I'm like a mom and I do what I do. Like on.
Oh, sorry. Do you think it's shock? You think it just stops at shock? No. It doesn't just stop at shock. I like that you have some self-awareness. It doesn't stop at shock. We're embarrassed for you. That's what it is. Get help, please. Your child deserves better. That's what I'm telling you right now. Your child deserves better than this. What are you doing spending your free time defending a white man? A millionaire white man at that. Come on. We'll be class reductionist first. A millionaire. You're defending a millionaire. And then here's the race reductionist. A white man at that. All right? As a devout machista myself, a fucking misogynist passport sex tourist guy. Sorry, not passport. Sorry, he's not a passport, bro. My apologies. As a machista myself, what you're doing is spending your free time defending a sex tourist. Congratulations. Next time he calls the cops on his ex-girlfriend who happens to be a sex worker, I'm sure you'll give all the context for that.
On Twitter, like a lot of people are like, how do you do what you do? And it's a lot easier to do what you do when your needs are met here in Canada.
Ben is a former Mormon.
What? What do you mean? We need to get to that part. It's easier to clip and post streams of Hasan Piker when your needs are met. What do you think? What type of country do you need to live? Like, do you need to live in to not be able to do that? Come on.
What you do when your needs are met here in Canada.
All I'm saying is, I get attacked, I get harassed, I get bullied by my chat, by my mod. Where's this energy at? Where's this energy at so I could block you from everything? This is scary. This is terrifying. Please understand, this is not healthy. If any one of you demonstrate any one of these characteristics,
Ben is a former Mormon and H3 fan, so he's escaped 2 cults. He's the only liberal in his Western mountain community.
I'm sorry. If you're gonna talk shit on the good name of John Smith and Mormonism, I'll let it slide. But if you're gonna talk shit on H3, Ethan Klein, Gila Klein, Gila was an IOF veteran, and you're gonna call them a cult. You're gonna call them a cult. And I guarantee you, I have not seen this. I promise you, I have not seen this. And you're not going to mention this? This moment here? I don't know what to tell you. Because Ethan Klein ended Leftovers. Hasan Piker did not end Leftovers.
You say you think the people of Taiwan, whatever they want. And it seems to me that the people of Taiwan want independence. So I'm right with you there, brother. Independence for Taiwan.
I think one nation, two systems.
One nation, two systems?
Yeah. Which is the current.
Like Israel and Palestine?
Oh my God. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Come on.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just trying to get you. And Palestine?
Oh my God. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Come on.
Israel and Palestine?
Oh my God. You don't want to go down.
This is how you fight Zionists. This is how you out-debate a Zionist. Oh my God. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Because what? Why wouldn't you? The White House is behind you. It's a political show. Leftovers. Why wouldn't you want to go down that rabbit hole? Oh, because Hasan Piker knew that Ethan Klein was a Zionist. Of course.
H3 fan, so he's escaped 2 cults. He's the only liberal in his Western mountain community and is absolutely willing to push back on his neighbors.
I grew up very Mormon, come from a very Mormon household. I was raised very strict, where I think that also made me want to, go the opposite way. And so when I was supposed to go on a mission is kind of when I just figured out, like, I don't know if I believe so much in the Mormon church anymore. And
hold on, brother. Hold on. You don't believe in the mark of Cain? Hold on, brother. You don't believe that God punished a certain group of people by marking their skin a certain specific kind of color? Well, somebody's not making it to the spaceship. I'm telling you that right now, brother. Is this bullying? I mean, anything directed at this gentleman is bullying. I'll tell you that much. Man. I'll tell you why it isn't bullying. I don't mind the Darth Vader Death Star thing. I think it's a little cliche. It's overdone. It's overplayed. This is why right here. Any motherfucker that has any military like poster, this is a fighter jet, you're in danger of being around some of the most boring individuals you could imagine that glorify talking about battles in World War II and in the Pacific. Run away. Save yourself.
Don't want to go on a mission. And, I became kind of a black sheep, if you will.
Yuval grew up in Israel and served in the IDF, where he listened in on Hezbollah communications. But after spending some time traveling the world and becoming more radically left, he denounced his former country.
I don't think people are bad or good. I think everyone's a little selfish and people can do bad things or good things.
I can't wait until we break into the Zionist market. Guys, look. I know some people might say, hey, look, you're in black business all the time. You should stay in your lane. I get that, and I'm going to work on it, I promise. I'm going to work on it. I'm going to start speaking more Spanglish. We'll get there. But the goal really is, if I want to make the big bucks, the goal is to break into the Zionist market. And, you know, kind of reform and help rehabilitate some IOF members. That's really the goal. Mind you, Hasan Piker was rocking Teddy Fresh for free. No, I don't want to log in. Teddy Fresh is the clothing line of Hila Klein, an IOF veteran. Hasan Piker was not being paid for this. He was doing it for the Leftovers podcast. Congratulations.
I think if you're serving the idea, if you're doing a bad thing, I think if you grow out of it and you look back, when I was a kid, I didn't have the political knowledge and understanding, right? To really view it that way. And I want to be grateful toward myself.
Eric grew up with Rush Limbaugh in his ear and started going down the gamer right-wing rabbit hole, but managed to pull himself out before he was too far gone.
What really hit it for me is I was watching Hasan and then clips of Asmongold at that point. And I started seeing things kind of go on a turn for the worse with the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. It just turned into a giant content machine. While I was watching Hasan more.
There's no way. There's no way he's doing this. This is too good. This is too good. Okay, the only way you fall for this if you actually do not keep track of Hasan Piker's bullshit. Oh, it gets good. Chat, give me a sec. Give me a chat. Ah, man.
More and more, and especially caring about that kind of thing and the politics that underlied with Hasan's content. I was like, what is Asmon doing? He's it feels like it felt there's a huge disconnect there, and then it became more obvious that it was just, in my opinion, a grift.
Anna is an immigration lawyer.
No, before we get there, hold on. Sorry, Anna. A white man speaking, Anna. Hold on, sweetheart. Hold on, sweetie. Let's see. To mention this is wild. Why would you say this, man? Look at this. I don't know whose subreddit is this, and I don't care. Let's see if it's this video I'm thinking about.
Fucking lose, so suck my dick. How about that? Okay, if you're a victim, no, dumbass, it fucked you, fucking femcel bitch. Okay.
Into Amber Heard now, though. I just ripped into Amber Heard now, though.
My bad. That was horrific. Why would you post that, man? Oh, give me a second. Let me find it. It's the internet. I can't just be scrolling through. Yeah, it's right here.
I think people have no concept of the world outside of the horse blinders that they put on.
Chad, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I tried to stop that as soon as I could. I hope I did not fry your ears. I apologize. Is everyone good? I'm so serious, but I'm not even joking around. I know I'm always fucking around. Is everyone all right? Is everyone good? That was loud as fuck. That was not my intention. We're good? I know it takes a second or two for the Twitch chat. Are we good? My apologies. That was not my intention. Coño. I know, my bad, bro. Okay. Damn, why the fuck? We're good. We're good. All right. All right. Any compensation? Yeah, exactly. My hearing is gone. Let's see here. Oh no, wrong. Edit. Edit that. Sorry. There we go.
I think people have no concept of the world outside of the horse blinders that they put on. I do wish I just ripped into Amber Heard now, though. I really do. And it's not even because, like, it was outside, like, because I would have gotten so much clout. Like, I would have gotten endless amounts of clout off of that. So much clout. Like, I barely even touched it. I barely even covered it. At a time when there was so much going on. Is she confusing you with Asmongold? No. Asmongold had 450,000 live viewers covering every second of the trial. And these people literally think I covered the trial extensively.
I'm sorry, these people? What do you mean by these people, Hasan?
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
For the trial extensively. I think I covered it twice. I think people have no concept of the world outside of the horse blinders that they put on. I do wish I just ripped into Amber Heard now, though. I really do. And it's not even because, like, it was outside, like, because I would have gotten so much clout. Like, I would have gotten endless amounts of clout off of that. So much clout. Like, I barely even touched it. I barely even covered it.
And that was enough for people to see your misogyny. Isn't that worse? That you barely talked about it and people realize what a fucking misogynist you are?
At a time when there was so much going on. Is she confusing you with Asmongold? No. Asmongold had 450,000 live viewers covering every second of the trial. And these people literally think I covered the trial extensively. I think I covered it twice.
These people. But there's another one where he's actually talking about Amber Heard here. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Let me see the videos here. Who did this? I don't know who Medusa Deluxe is.
Hasan's Depp v. Heard coverage was some of the worst I've seen. Not worse in terms of, like, the isolated talking points.
Okay, why is this still an issue? And then they're like, a good minute in. Okay. Oh, I guess they must have deleted it. All right, let's get back to this.
Content. I was like, what is Asmon doing? He's like, it feels like, it felt there's a huge disconnect there. And then it became more and obvious that it was just, in my opinion, a grift.
Anna is an immigration lawyer who is seeing firsthand what ICE and this administration's immigration policy is doing to those seeking refuge.
I'm friends with a lot of the chatters in the community that have been long-term communities. And I had one chatter message me the other day, and he was just like, oh, everything sucks, you know, nobody's doing anything. And, you know, I just had to remind him that we have to have revolutionary optimism. And for myself, to keep my mental sanity, I have to be delusional. I have to think that things are going to get better because, especially, you know, immigration, I could tell you story, you know, we could have like 3-hour conversations about how cruel this administration is, right?
And I wanted to make sure I wasn't just getting Hasan's traditional audience.
When he does his census, a lot of them are workers that like have full-time jobs, that like they're an older demographic. A lot of them just watch for news.
Hasan's audience is mainly white, male, millennial.
Hold on, what? Wait, chat, what? How is that possible? No way. Hold on. Let's finish.
And makes between 50 to 100K.
God damn it. God fucking damn them. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. I work fucking doubles, bro. Yeah. God damn, man. Wow. Fucking it, bro. I hate it here so much. All right, let's look at this. Caucasian, 57.88%. You got the fucking 88 right, homie. Yeah, 88 sounds about right. Sounds about white to me, brother. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Why is it always us? Hispanic/Latino, 17.61%. Mierda. No valen madre, cabrones. No valen madre. Sinvergüenzas. Have some fucking self-respect. I got the Asian Pacific Islander, which I never liked that split, but whatever. 7.81. And then we have, of course,
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
apparently there's 7% of them that want to have that engagement. And mix/other. What the fuck is that? Yeah. Male, I will say this is something that I struggle with the channel as well. 60%. I'll own that. And then what is this? I don't know what this is. Forgot what he mentioned. Anywho.
What I found is that the average Hasan viewer either watches him live on his stream.
I try to watch Hasan live, but I work, I stream, 8 hours, you know, he does this 8 hours a day. I prefer watching his YouTube.
Or spends their time watching his VODs on YouTube. Some are democratic socialists.
You know, being a democratic socialist, that's what I like to call myself. There aren't a lot of communities where you feel like you really can belong and your opinion, you know, that people share the same opinion as you.
And a lot of them just used Hasan to replace the traditional media coverage they were already watching.
I used to love mainstream media. Like, until I realized how fucked up, like, and how, like, skewed everything was.
Unlike a lot of influencers who tend to spread doomerism.
Do I have channel analytics? I'm not lying to you. I don't know why I can't access them. Maybe I need to do it on the desktop. But every time I try on my phone, it doesn't let me. But based on the chat, I want to say 80% white, about 90% make 100K monthly, and 75% non-binary. Just give or take those numbers though, like plus or minus 5, more or less.
When it comes to their content, Hasan is more upbeat, he's more hopeful, and his viewers reflect that.
It's not a thing of, hey, socialism is when no money and no phone or no anything really, no.
Nobody says that. Nobody says that but reactionaries. All right? Saying, hey, you shouldn't be a multimillionaire. It's not no phone, no money. Hey, you don't need a Porsche. It's not no phone, bro.
consumerism. If this is the system that we live in, then we have to play the part and slowly hope that we can change it for the better.
But
we have to play the part by becoming a multimillionaire? All right, hey chat, never mind, bro. Never mind. All right. Let me hit up FD real quick and set up the interview with Hasan Piker. Yeah, for sure, bro, for sure.
Live in, then we have to play the part and slowly hope that we can change it for the better.
But I also wanted weirdos.
And this guy says, if you speak to Hasan fans, you will be speaking to absolute lunatics who will threaten to rape and kill you over a minor difference of opinion. That's the difference between the two audiences. Nobody has threatened me with any of those yet.
I desperately wanted to get people who weren't the most normal human beings. I wanted those that were outlandish.
Homie, brother, I believe you have the skill and the talent and the professionalism to conduct a self-interview. I believe in you, Steven. Steven, oh, Stevie, I believe in you, bro. You could definitely, oh my, bro, I'm sorry. Where I paused it, I'm going to tell you right now. I'll own this. I know we joke around a lot here. I paused this, and I sincerely think I committed like an anti-Semitic act. I sincerely believe I committed an anti-Semitic act by pausing it right here. And I just want to apologize to the Jewish community at large. I want to apologize to all the synagogues out there. Because I did not intend to pause this in the most anti-Semitic like posture imaginable. It won't happen again. I love these.
Probably like 50% of these comments are fine. 30% are borderline. You know, like somewhere in the middle. Potentially yes, potentially no, depending on the intent behind them. And then like 20% are just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
If I were to do this pose right now, I would probably get a warning. Because that would be wild, bro.
People that could kind of match the energy of my Asmongold people. But I just couldn't find any. I
couldn't find any. Wow. Wow. I just couldn't do it. Can you believe it? I tried to find some unhinged Hasan Piker fans, and I just couldn't do it. They were also normal and upstanding and good people. I just couldn't do it. Bro, he wants to get invited to the mansion. He wants an invite to the mansion. I respect it. I respect the hustle, dog. I do think it's sad. Maybe he's on another channel or something like that. Why do you only have 5,000 subscribers? I'm not trying to big bro you or anything like that. I'm saying if you're like out here, because I don't have any video that, oh, no. I have one video that hit 50,000 views. But this is 8 days. This is great. It's just not tracking. This is what I mean by Hasan Piker. Like, it's a strange space to be an orbiter of his. So just keep in mind, if you're going to be kissing ass to a DNC sheepdog multimillionaire, ask for something better than this. Ask for more than this. Come on now.
Looked through hundreds of messages, and they were all fairly normal people with jobs and hobbies and lives. But mostly, they were just regular folk.
I don't think that we're as toxic as many people may claim we are.
Stop, bro. What are you doing? I almost missed this chat. Chat. Should we just stop here? Should we just call it a night? PR specialist. Do me a favor. Go ahead and hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. If you want to help me become a multimillionaire like Hasan Piker and be a true revolutionary, please support the channel through Patreon. $2 gets you access to a Discord, aka the Hasan Piker fan club. You'll love it, believe me. If you want to avoid anyone skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App And there's always YouTube memberships and super chat, super stickers, and gifted. I appreciate y'all so much. Interviewing a PR specialist, bro. How is this like? Where is Ryan Grimm in journalistic integrity when you need it?
Really, we just want to give people health care. We also would like health care and ensuring that material needs can be met without breaking people's wallets and making sure that everyone has a roof over their heads.
And I've actually come up with a list of reasons why people like Hasan. First off, he's hot.
Hot. He's hot. He's very hot.
She's a mother. She's allowed to influence a child. Just no self-respect whatsoever. And listen, chat, there's a lot I want to say that I cannot say. And what I will say is, can you imagine, just picture this for me, please, 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 just do me this favor, chat. Please, if you're watching this after, let me know what you think in the comments. Please imagine, in a friendly, platonic way, going out to drinks with Audrey the Clipper. Just imagine a night out in the town as friends, enjoying each other's company and the type of conversations that you're going to be having with Audrey. Just picture that for a second and imagine the feeling of complete regret that you would feel at the end of the night. And then, you know, having that conversation like, oh, why do you keep hanging out with her? And you're just like, I don't know. I just can't place it.
Hasan. First off, he's hot.
Hot. He's hot. He's very hot.
Everyone I interviewed mentioned Hasan was hot and attractive.
Hasan is young, attractive.
People always.
Whoa. You didn't find any creeps? You didn't find any creeps? Why? Wait, why would you say young? One, he's 36. Two, why would you say young like that, bro? He's young and attractive.
Hasan was hot and attractive.
Hasan is young, attractive.
People always make jokes saying like people be drawn in by his looks and then they'll stay for his takes.
He's smart, he's intelligent, he's well-spoken.
He's smart, he's intelligent, and he's well-spoken. You're allowed to mock colonizer languages. I don't go, whoa.
He's attractive.
So my wife likes him because he's attractive.
You didn't find any weirdos? You didn't find any weirdos? You didn't find any weirdos? What are you talking about, man? Just literally look at the soulless eyes. Look at his soulless eyes. Hold on. We're slowing this down. Holy shit. No, well, hold on. Yeah.
He's attractive.
So my wife
like just It's a cuck, and I hate using that. Because you know reactionaries are big on that. Yo, this man said my wife. Yeah. And that's don't even start. He's just comfortable in his relationship. This is cute. This is endearing. You know, all couples have celebrity crushes. Homie, were you asked if your wife was attracted to him? Homie, if your wife celebrity crush is a fucking streamer, a streamer, dog, Hernando, you got some real fucking issues. And you're a new dad? That's your occupation, new dad? Dope, 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 dope.
Likes him because he's attractive.
They also agree.
He's attractive.
So my wife likes him because he's attractive.
They also.
Oh my gosh, bro. Hold on. I love this. How do you, I need to. Hold on. We need to slow this shit down, bro. Wait, how do you do this whole like thing where you skip like, somebody told me. Is it the arrows? Chat, remind me, how do you move it like per clip forward? Not the 5. Not the 5. Not somebody remind me. Who told me this? Who was the nerd that told me how to plus or minus maybe? No. Shit, man. It's right arrow? Okay. No, it's not right arrow, bro. That's too far. Comma and period. Thank you. Thank you. Comma and period. Just Chico, please look at the eyes. Look when he said, "My wife thinks it's hot." Like, just watch.
So my wife likes him because.
Hold on. We're slowing it down. Oh, not sleep timer. We ain't going to bed.
He's attractive.
They also.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to see you once again. Wow, man. No, I love this because he said we didn't find any weirdos. So that means that this Steven Asarsh guy is a fucking weirdo himself. To have this conversation and see this man look off into the distance and say, "My wife thinks he's hot," and not for a second say, "Oh, there's something wrong with this guy. Oh, something ain't right." Look at this. Look at his eyes, bro. This is not good. This is not healthy. This is a man in need. He needs help.
They also agreed with a.
Jesus, bro.
He's attractive.
They all.
All right. We're back. Mind you, keep in mind, please. We are 8 minutes in. About to be 9. Any criticism? Any critique? I didn't think so.
Also agreed with a lot of the things he says.
He aligns with me on a lot of different things, but he does have a lot of influence and his word does carry a lot of weight with me. And, you know, when it comes to politics, we agree with 99% of everything, you know.
He's also accessible. People can just write chat messages and get directly to him. You can't do that with Rachel Maddow.
I think that's number one is accessibility. You can pop up on a stream. I have a stream up right now, you know. You can type in chat and maybe get a response.
He's also consistently live every single day. It doesn't matter where you are, you can tune in and watch him. And if you don't catch him live, there's still hundreds of hours of VODs that you can do to kind of get what he's saying.
I've always been on Twitch, but never watching political streams. I started watching him and it just became like a daily try to watch him. And then it became a, you know, I'm going to watch his VODs at like, you know, twice the speed. I try to watch all of the VODs, especially while I'm working.
So in order to know Hasan, we kind of have to start at the beginning. Hasan was born in 1991 in New Jersey, but went back to Turkey when he was very young to live a more affluent lifestyle with his parents. You've seen the horse picture that my last Asma Gold viewer.
He's just a working class hero. He's worn that hat, right? The class war veteran. Come on now.
who are absolutely loved.
The first thing that really got me hooked with watching more of him is he was born in Jersey, but he grew up in Turkey. I think for me, I'm someone who loves to understand others.
When he was in college, he said that his family.
Oh, okay. Now I'm judging your editing here. What was the point of that? He was intrigued that he was born in Jersey, grew up in Turkey, and he's somebody that loves to understand others. Can somebody help me track that line of thought here?
He was born in Jersey, but he grew up in Turkey. I think for me, I'm someone who loves to understand others.
When he.
Okay. What does that have to do with him being born in Jersey and growing up in Turkey? Mind you, the people that are able to afford to fly into the US, have a child, and then fly back to live a more affluent life and just obtain that US citizenship and then be able to give, the rest of their family, the rich family, an avenue to get their own American citizenship, to be nationalized. Only rich people do that shit. Only the worst people of their country, like they're the worst of the diaspora. They're the rich fucking elites. Only the richest people are able to do that, to fly in and fly out. It's disgusting.
He was in college. He said that his family started to lose their wealth.
I said I was broke because my parents, my dad, went broke by the time I got to college.
And went back to New Jersey to attend college.
I can't do this, yo. I can't do this. He says my dad because his mother has always been rich. His mother grew up with multiple homes across the world. She was a corporate landlord, meaning she owned land that businesses rented.
Where he went to Rutgers and got a degree in political science and communications. While in his last year of college,
he got a bachelor's. He got a fucking who brags about a bachelor's degree, bro? Who brags about a bachelor's degree? I don't fucking understand it at all. They're acting like he has a master's or a doctorate. He has a PhD in something. He has a fucking bachelor's. He's a rich kid that got a bachelor's. That's the bare minimum for them. You know? Like I'm first generation, but like for real. So we're like, oh, graduating high school was an achievement. Just attending college was an achievement. Good job on not getting locked up or some shit. Not the same pose. Not yet, not yet. Yeah.
managed to get the Nepo Baby boost. Sorry, Pirate Software. And got a job working at his Uncle Chank's internet political show, The Young Turks. There, he sort of floundered around for a bit, coming up with his identity. There are a bunch of clips from that era of him being a super bro that have not aged well in the slightest, and he has mostly denounced.
Those were satire, and that literally was like...
Bro. You can't claim somebody denounces something when they're lying to you. Those are mostly satire. No, they weren't, bro. You were a bro fucking frat guy. That's who you were. Like, you wrote that shit. And they didn't just write it for TYT skits. They wrote it for a fucking creepy ass, like, pickup artist website. Understand, during that time, that wave of pickup artists and, like, the book The Game, The Lie, like, all that shit was still, like, popular amongst that age demographic.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Harutsu, you saw my post on Discord. Like, check it out. Let me see. Is it recent? Boyaka. In the general, Harutsu? Oh, clips. Oh, the Grand Platinum one is hilarious. Nah, Harutsu. I don't know when you tagged me on it, but I'm not sure which one it was. Damn, that was far back.
like 10 years ago,
but are still used by people online to paint him as, you know, the alpha bro Chad that they want him to be.
that shit is not even archived. That shit was like deleted. And some fucking Nazis found it like a while ago to try and cancel me.
Some Nazi found it, so like, they're like not my words anymore because a Nazi found it. So like, why are you bringing that up to me? It was satire. He apologized. He owned up to it. He denounced it. It's an interesting way of describing that, but sure.
He manages to nail down a format that works for him and starts posting on Facebook under the breakdown.
I was a member of TYT because I didn't watch it live. I would go back and watch the pod. And Hasan, I mean, he showed up and like as a presenter sometimes. I didn't like him then. It kind of started clicking whenever the breakdown videos started to come out. That's when I was like, oh, I like what this guy's saying. It's very provocative.
There, he creates the prototype for the content that we all kind of know today. He's brash, he's politically centered, and he's conventionally attractive.
I'm just gonna do a year in review of my new favorite woke prince, Ben Shapiro's year in review.
The people who started watching him the earliest that I spoke to were watching him during this Young Turks era.
I first came across Hasan on Facebook, of all places. I just remember his videos popping up on my feed where he was doing the breakdown on TYT. And so he was touching on a lot of issues, obviously the police brutality. There was a lot of stuff around Israel-Palestine that at that point in time, no one was really talking about.
So the views just start pouring in. But on Facebook...
Just to be clear, he was talking about Israel, Palestine, that long ago, and still went into business. With Zionists. And nobody just mentions that. Nobody brings that up. God damn, bro. Must be nice. No accountability for the rich white man.
You kind of hit a wall pretty easily because the audience is just boomers and my wife for some reason.
The only person I know outside Hasan community that watches Hasan is my mom. But my mom, because she follows him on Facebook. So she thinks that Hasan is a Facebook influencer, and she only watches Hasan clips on Facebook.
So in 2018, he decides to make the move over from Facebook to Twitch to find a younger audience, according to an interview he did with Kotaku.
But I was working at Twitch on the
Not the first time he's tried to find something younger.
partnerships team. Hasan had joined the platform pretty sort of like, you know, recently after his departure from TYT or however that had happened, that I remember talking to somebody who was managing that like relationship between the creator and our partner manager and being like, yeah, you should really like help them figure this out. Help this Hasan person figure this out because
Bro. A Nepo gets a job with the TY. Hold on. He's a Nepo, gets a job thanks to his uncle at TYT. Is rich. His family's rich. So he's able to just start gaming like this and streaming without any financial concerns. Even then, Zachary over here has to go help him out. Even then, Hasan Piker has to cling on to destiny. And people want to act like this would just did it on his own. And there wasn't people just every step of the way lifting him up.
because I think this could be really big. Like clearly there's like a path forward for somebody not just doing games coverage.
Before Hasan showed up, Twitch was an entirely different platform. IRL had just been introduced a couple years earlier, but it was still mainly about the gaming. Viewers claimed that they bled purple. They would talk in Twitch emotes like Kappa and Poggers, and they would one day dream of reaching partner and getting that exclusive Twitch purple hoodie that I'm not sure they even make anymore.
He really like pioneered this idea of covering the news.
There's no way. There's no way that they're completely trying to erase Destiny. Was a creep, was a fucking weirdo, was a lib, but was one half of creating Hasan Piker. The first one was Cenk Uygur. The other was Destiny. Wow, man. I love shit like this. Like, I love the disappearing, erasing things that just make it too uncomfortable, too messy. And again, Steven Asarge did this shit on purpose. If you're purposely not mentioning Destiny and the origins and, you know, how Hasan Piker came to be, you're trying to like change the story, the origin, so that Hasan Piker will like you. Because if you mention Destiny, he won't cover it on your channel. No. My thing is like, why is he being erased? You got to ask yourself, why is the erasure happening? And it's not happening by Hasan. It's happening by Steven Asarge, who's claiming to be unbiased and cover this fairly.
He really like pioneered this idea of covering the news. He started with like trying to cover politics through gaming, Fortnite and all of those things. And it was like trying to make, that's what everyone was doing at the time, which was like, how do we get to Twitch and how do we activate gamers and do this? Obviously, I don't believe it was that cynical from his perspective.
And his content is pretty much what he does now, except he used to play video games. He talks about politics, culture, internet gossip, whatever he can kind of do to fill the 8-hour gap he needs to speak during the day.
He's done a lot of things that I think are challenging the assumptions of like what a Twitch archetype is, pushing those boundaries, and this is more recently, but like bringing in other lines of culture, other spaces. Obviously, in the beginning, it was just like, you can talk to the Twitch audience as if though they aren't just a bunch of gamers. It is very productive to be of the culture, to be a gamer, to be somebody who, you know, is these things rather than just what I would say like, you know, your Hillary Clinton Pokemon, go to the polls. It's like, you're not just pandering.
In 2020, Hasan broke the internet when he streamed Among Us with AOC and Ilhan Omar. I was working at Newsweek at the time, and everyone around me in the newsroom saw this as truly groundbreaking political content when all I saw was a group of strangers trying to kill each other in a virtual spaceship. But that moment cemented the future of political discourse that we're currently dealing with today. Before 2020, a politician appearing on a live stream or a podcast was rare. Mark Maron would get Obama, and that was pretty much it. But after that live stream, politicians realized that they had an entirely untapped audience that they could reach, and they could go on their podcasts and go on their live streams and start talking with whoever the hell we want. There's no way Stephen Miller's wife would have a podcast if it wasn't for that Among Us live stream.
So what happened to the Holocaust and all the pogroms were disgusting. That doesn't mean that Israel...
From there, Hasan's popularity exploded, and he was no longer just a Twitch streamer. He was a voice for a generation.
We do need someone who has motion, a loud voice, who doesn't give a fuck, you know, to continue pushing like the message that, you know, shit is fucked up and like we need to be more aware of what is going on and who to be mad at.
Hasan outwardly denies being a terrorist, and quite frankly, it bothers him when people call him that word.
I wish they stopped calling me a terrorist. That's what I wish. I wish they stopped calling me a radical. None of these people are radical. They just...
I mean, shit, homie. When we say that you're not a radical, when we say you're a fucking sheepdog, you start crying. But all right.
They want healthcare. They want to end American militarism.
And he's being targeted by traditional media and those opposite to him on the political spectrum.
The attacks, like a couple years ago, like starting 2020, right? They were mostly from like YouTubers and like drama slop tubers who were just like looking for drama. He was an easy target and they would just use anything to attack him. And now it's evolved into literally Fox News, you know, congressional members attacking him.
Yeah, because stop and ask yourself why for a second. Stop and ask yourself why that's the case. Could it be because he started working for the Democratic Party? Could it be possibly that he started sheepdogging the youth into the Democratic Party? Could that be possibly why these people are going after him now and presenting himself as a you know, as a real threat? Come on now.
News, you know, congressional members attacking him. Richie Torres was one of the first ones, and then I forget who the other two are that did the bill saying, you know, we need to condemn Hasan and Candace Owens. It's actually wild because, you know, he's a Twitch streamer, right? Like, why are we putting so much attention on a Twitch streamer?
But unfortunately, it's not just those on the other aisle that are disagreeing.
Why are we putting so much attention on streamer, bro? What the fuck? Why are we putting so much attention on a Twitch streamer? Gee, I don't know. Maybe because he has Zionists like Bernie Sanders on his stream. He has politicians over running in the Democratic Party, DSA, who gives a fuck. That's an organization, not a party. I wonder why. It's almost like he's become a PR person for the Democratic Party to hit a, you know, they're a younger age demographic. It's almost like that. And again, they all act this way. They all act like, oh, we don't know why Hasan hasn't done anything. What could possibly be the thing? And it's really annoying too, because it's like there's no criticism there. on how he's a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. He can't even get to that level at all.
Agreeing with him, it's also Democrats who are labeling him as an extremist.
Democrats are panicking, liberals are panicking, and even some conservatives are panicking. And the reason why is that, you know, like he doesn't follow the filter of the Democratic Party. He's not paid by Chorus or via the Israeli Ministry of Affairs or Foreign Affairs to do propaganda.
That's the worst part. He's a multimillionaire and he's still choosing to sheepdog people into the Democratic Party for access, for the clout. I mean, this dude was sad. He was crying when Mamdani denied him entry into the after party. And the first thing he said is like, but we have like 30,000 live viewers. What are you doing?
I do not have you for the upstairs list.
Okay.
Can I see your ticket tape?
Oh, I'm staff.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
If you're
So we can't go upstairs.
I do not. But do you have this wristband? I can also just check.
Well, so I thought movement windows was upstairs, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
But I can double check and just make sure
Upstairs
on my
just
end.
more seating area. Yeah, I just wanted a drink. I'm good.
Yeah, bro. I didn't even want her number, man. I didn't want her number. I just I just wanted a conversation. I don't know why she thought I was hitting on her. I have no idea, man. Like, she rejected me, but like I didn't ask her out. Like, I just wanted to talk, man. No, I didn't want to go to the VIP section with Mamdani. No. I just wanted a drink. I just wanted an alcohol. Yeah. No. Sure, buddy.
But there's 72,000 people watching. Oh, great.
Well, just so you know, there's 72,000 people right now watching you embarrass me. So how about you make it happen for me now?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Harutu, thank you for the super chat. His father started a political party in Turkey. Yeah, a reactionary party. The only reason we just don't have time, Harutu, to go over all the very, very insightful details. But if anyone wants to go check it out, check out the Discord. Harutu dropped all the links and you know, all the details of Hasan Piker's very working class and poor family.
Upstairs
on my
just
end.
more seating area. Yeah, I just wanted a drink. I'm good. But there's 72,000 people watching. Oh, great. Currently.
Didn't fucking matter, homie.
He is also very attractive.
People started to really care about the things he did and hyper-focused on all the little clips that started to go. Clips of him that look like he's shocking his dog.
Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
And saying that America deserved 9/11.
America deserved 9/11.
Get captured out of context and spread across social media through clippers. I don't know if I want to rant about America deserved 9/11 right now.
I remember when the whole like America deserved 9/11.
Bro, he literally said and then he walked it back like a coward. He said, and of course he's not going to pull it up, is he? Nope, of course he isn't. He literally said, English is my second language as an excuse. Let's see if it's here. It's with Cenk Uygur and TYT.
Welcome. And listen, you're on because
talking about they would understand that political spectrum.
So when you're talking about one of the causes of
language or whatever you want to chalk it up
now, and not just now, but you understood fairly soon after you said it, that saying Americans deserve 9/11 is a completely different statement and one that's wrong.
No, I didn't say Americans deserve 9/11. I said America deserves 9/11.
But that's
and
still
in that
wrong.
Moment, well, maybe you can chalk it up to English being my second language or whatever you want to chalk it up to. Obviously, if I
You could chalk it up to English being my second language or whatever. And you know, this is a very typical trait of a rich kid nepo. They can't take accountability. It's impossible for them to be accountable of their actions and their words. And so they look for any excuse and then they just say, whatever. It's just so pathetic. Like, homie doesn't even stand on what he said. I'm ESL as well. What am I allowed to do? Shit, bro.
9/11 thing, a lot of people are like, whoa. I'm like, the way he rationalized it, it's like decades upon decades of the US government interfering in the Middle East. You think we were not going to get attacked? People did not deserve to die, obviously, but it's like America almost getting a taste of its own medicine and purposely even ignoring the warning signs that an attack by plane was going to happen.
Because clipping is big.
You see how they try to rationalize it after the fact because he just wanted to sound like a badass hardcore dude, only to have to walk it back. Like, stand on that shit. But he was scared of the blowback in terms of getting banned on Twitch and getting canceled at that time. Yeah, Harutu's right. It's more like earned. America earned 9/11. I mean, that's accurate.
Business. If you can get a viral clip to go viral on different platforms, you can make real money off of it. And Hasan is a really easy way to do that.
There is a clipping industrial complex when it comes to like people like Hasan, because he gets so
That's how he affords not to pay editors. And he's threatened his clip channels, the one that are pro Hasan, that if they ever post anything that's criticizing him, then he'll copyright strike them. So in other words, do PR work, do marketing work for me for free, but it has to be positive. Or if it isn't, yeah. Like, I'll be honest with y'all. I mean, we're halfway through this, and I'm good. I'm good. This is just pathetic. I don't know if y'all want me to like trigger you some more and maybe skip around. I don't know if that's gonna be considered targeting or attacking.
gonna happen.
And Hasan is
It gets so tiring, like seeing like, no, there's content.
trying to fight back against the clipping.
It is crazy. There are so many clipping like accounts. Like it is crazy. My thing is though, is I clip in real time. That's kind of my thing. Like I just post things in real time before people can get to it and make it into something really bad.
I post things in real time before people can make it into something really bad. Sorry. Hasan streams for 8 hours, 7 days a week. And you are a mother. Hasan Piker streams 7 days for 8 hours a week. And you're a mother. And you're saying that you're posting things in real time. Make it make sense. No, he doesn't pay. He has one editor and he doesn't pay anyone else that does this stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a legit, like, I'm not even going that hard because this is concerning. This should be concerning. You should be worried. There's something not healthy here. Something very wrong for somebody to be this invested in a streamer. And I've said this before, if I see that type of shit here, I'm going to put a halt to it. Stop, Harutu. No, Harutu, you don't get that. You got to own it. I have to own 17% Latino/Hispanics watch Hasan Piker. I have to live with that. Y'all got to live with this. Oh, you woman, you. Her child probably laying on the floor crying and hungry while she's clipping in real time. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Yep.
Kind of my thing. Like I just post things in real time before people can get to it and make it into something really bad.
And make it into something really bad. Like just the language that she uses is concerning for me. And make it into something that's really bad. Huh.
bill in Congress calling him an anti-Semite. And his trip to Cuba is currently under investigation.
It is literally the Streisand effect. You guys propped him up. You guys keep talking about him, feeding it. Like, people have been subscribing to him again because I think his subscriber count really, really went down, I think 2023, 2024 for reasons. But like, mainstream media and all of his haters have been propping him up to be this big thing.
It's like, first of all, for reasons. You should know what they are. Or why are you not giving us the details? I don't know why. But I want to be clear about this too. Understand. Again, they almost get it. They almost get it. Literally telling us that mass media, mainstream media, is propping up Hasan Piker. And she doesn't like connect the dots on why it is that they would be propping him up if he was such a challenge, such a threat to the establishment. She doesn't stop and think, well, he's working with all Democratic candidates. He has a management team. He has a PR team. Yeah, I wonder why mainstream media is propping him up. Just, these are the people that get swept into cults. This is what happens. The critical thinking abilities to connect those dots to ask the next question aren't there, and they get stuck on the first question and just commit to it solely, wholly, and completely.
Subscriber count really, really went down, I think 2023, 2024 for reasons. But like, mainstream media and all of his haters have been propping him up to be this big thing, and people have been checking him out and then subscribing.
All of that attention just raised his profile, and he started giving his support to progressive candidates like
Brad Lander, of course, was one of the...
Of course, Stephen Azark. Of course, Stephen Azark would go out of his way to try and promote liberal Zionist Brad Lander.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't
Settlers, Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people, or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
I think we get the picture now. I think we understand what's going on here and what kind of fan Steven is. Oh, Stevie. I think we're good there, chat. I think we're good there. I'm exhausted. I need to go to sleep. I appreciate y'all hanging around, especially with the time change. Y todo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Do me a favor. Go ahead, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Subscribe to Deculturation Live as well. If you want to help support the channel, memberships, super chats, super stickers are turned on, as well as the Patreon for $2. Get access to the Discord. You get access to all the wonderful conversations on there, amazing book and article recommendations, as well as the unofficial book club on Saturdays. They're currently on Meditations on Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. Got documentaries, watch-alongs there. It's a great time. I appreciate everyone using the space in that manner. Thank you so much. If you want to help support without anyone skimming off the top, hit me up on the Cash App. Any and all help truly, truly, truly is appreciated. Thank you so much. Remember what Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. And as always, here is John Trudell, the Beast. In a wisp of smoke, down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what storytellers said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal, nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine, feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. The race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Ya estuvo.